Hello there. I'm back. I'm back. How is everyone doing? Oh, Marcus, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Morning, everyone. I haven't been to the streams for a while because with the current games you're playing, mainly Xenoblade, I wanted to be unspoiled by gameplay. Understandable, understandable. This is a game that's worth not being spoiled for or spoiled by. I don't know how you put it, but yeah, understandable. Very understandable. Shadow Eclipse, yo, how are you doing? Goodbye? Well, goodbye. I guess. Okay. Yeah, the general plan is just do some reaction stuff. I have a couple of videos that I want to watch, a couple of videos that I want to see. Some gross stuff, some DEI related stuff, as usual. You know how it is. I am awakened because of your notification. He alive! It lives! The deer! I wanna sleep. Go to bed. Continue sleeping! Wait, I need to reset. Yeah, that works. I hate VC phase sometimes. Pokemon called X and Y Retro? What? Yo, Raven, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I actually want to change something in the settings of Streamlabs. Actually, because I feel like I can... It's like 1 night. Yeah, go to bed, man. Go to bed. Go to bed. But yeah, I got a couple of things that I will react to. So, aside from that, I had a pretty standard Saturday. I just edited some videos. I did some interesting stuff for Pokemon. I did level up a lot, so we are pretty much stacked to go wild in this game, pretty much. But yeah, I think I've yapped enough. I have yapped enough. I don't have much to say today. It was a pretty standard Saturday, nothing crazy. Let me switch here. Well, that isn't quite what I want. I think this is what I want. Yeah. Would like to place myself a little differently. Not too far over there. Yeah, so I got a couple of videos. A couple. Have you, wait. Have you thought about reacting to any of the videos I commented on one of your old community posts a while back? The one where you ask your community to recommend you videos to react to? I haven't really looked at them yet. I've seen the messages. I've seen the comments. Yeah, I've seen it. I haven't really looked at that. I'm gonna do that though, because maybe they might be something that I'm interested in. But yeah. Oh wait, I misclicked a little. Thank you. Pokemon Friends was showing off retro games, and it showed X and Y. X and Y is not. What? I like reaction videos more because it's funny seeing people be idiots. Understandable. Yeah. Pokemon X and Y are not retro. What? I'm too old. I'm getting old. Horrendous. Yeah, I got a couple of videos that I want to react to. I have a few. And I think it's about time we get into these, I think. Now, I did some fucky-wucky things with the audio, right? I did some fucky-wucky things, I would say. So now I do not know. X and Y is from 2013. 2013 is not retro! No, I refuse! I genuinely refuse to believe that I'm that old. Yeah, I did some fucky wucky things with the audio, so tell me if it's too loud or too silent. You need to tell me. I did some things. Um, yeah, as usual. Um, you ever look at Jigglypuff and ask yourself, why ain't I like that? Rax Sand. First of all, hi, how are you doing? Second of all, um, you really like Jigglypuff. This has to definitely has to be your favorite Pokemon. Personally, if I were a parent who wanted to show their kids a colorful show with music and bright colors, I'd just show them Baby Einstein, an all-related series, and I never even grew up with it. I don't know what that is, but the name is certainly familiar. But yeah, we'll jump over into this video. This is by Sunny V2, the most Coco Melon, the most evil channel on YouTube. You guys have like given me an idea to find a video that covers Coco Melon, so here I am watching it, going to react to this. Yeah. Again, channel is Sunny V2, Coco Melon, the most evil channel on YouTube. Let's zoom in. I'll see how bad, if it's like, if I need to zoom out or not. I thought about like having a layout. I thought about that because others have a layout. I don't know how far I wanna, like, what I wanna do with that. We'll see. But yeah, let's jump into it.
My son is almost 2 and I've been letting him watch Cocomelon, but now I had to get him speech therapy so I can get him to talk. There are hundreds and hundreds of
Let me go back. What? What? Adventure Time is a cool kids show too. I heard that Adventure Time is good. I've also heard that Adventure Time eventually fell off.
My son is almost 2 and I've been letting him watch Cocomelon, but now I had to get him speech therapy so I can get him to talk.
What? Have you seen Daima episode 3? Yeah, I have. This is literally just like me. I feel like I'm back in 2007, 2006. Baby Einstein was the home video series that introduced babies to various aspects of the arts with music. Simple yet colorful characters and bright sets. It's an interesting history. Is that with the blue, with the red, ship? Because then I know what it is. Because I've watched that a lot.
There are hundreds and hundreds of anecdotes in which parents mention the exact same problem. The Cocomelon show is so insanely addictive, it's being compared to nicotine.
What the hell? So children are addicted to this? And speech therapy? What? The solid power pole rubbing and then it extended. Yeah, right, the power pole. I think it's cool that they brought that back.
And causing developmental issues amongst the kids who
ADHD.
can't stop watching.
7 times more likely to show symptoms of ADHD! The red what? I don't know what you're talking about, but there's a green dragon. Wait, let me Google that. Now I need to Google that. Okay, so I don't know it. Never mind, I don't know it. I'm not familiar. Avatar: The Last Airbender was what I grew up with. I grew up with OG Dragon Ball.
Children's TV expert Jerica Sands calls it the most damaging show a child can watch, explaining the sneaky ways in which they make the show addictive. Firstly, there's the colours. Take for example the wheels on the bus. The 3 main colours, blue, green and yellow, are all at maximum saturation, meaning they cannot be made any brighter, no matter how hard you try. Extreme saturation is normally used for alerts and notifications, as it's exciting.
Okay. So, using color to have the kids pay more attention. I guess.
dynamic and attracts attention, which is why it's also used in slot machines. Cocomelon puts these colors in perfect contrast, making them appear even more vibrant, which is different to, for example, Bluey, in which the colors instead blend together. Cocomelon's also different.
Old Barbie movies were the best. The more fantasy, the better. Like, the old movies were actually pretty interesting to watch, even as a dude.
Because it's highly repetitive. There's a reason they have 38 videos with over 1 billion views.
That many views? Cocomelon is a prime example of why even seemingly safe for children shows need to be monitored by parents all the time. Why children shouldn't have iPads? Pretty much, yeah. In the billions! I mean, this is, I guess this is average, like, YouTube Kids views, because the things that go crazy.
A child's brain is wired to learn through repetition, so it feels right to them to watch the same thing over and over again. Cocomelon abuses this in almost every video. For example, in the Yes Yes Playground song, they pick a word to repeat 3 times in every sentence, pairing it with a subtly repeating background lullaby, keeping children hooked. Literally no show or movie puts my son into a deep trance the way Cocomelon does. The second it's on the TV, he turns into a toddler zombie who doesn't see or hear anything else that's going on in the room. This is only exacerbated by Cocomelon's subtitles, which have also been a heavy point of criticism. The letters are
Okay, so it's pretty much just how to put it, brain rot, but for even younger kids. It is what this is. Also, I am fully aware that kids do repeat, like, learn through repetition. When, for example, like, even like primary school kids do this, where they, for example, repeat the teacher or other stuff. So that makes sense. It's interesting that somebody has found a way to abuse that in, like, that learning habit in a negative way, in a commercialized way. That's interesting. I guess people do always find a way to use the most basic thing to commercialize that. Jigglypuff is perfect. Kids should be taught about them at school. Jigglypuff.
not educational. I can barely read them fast enough. It's simply another interesting element to capture your little one's attention. Cocomelon explains in every description, our goal is to help make learning a fun and enjoyable experience for kids, giving you the peace of mind that your children are receiving quality educational content. But people have
No, you might as well use Dora the Explorer. Oh, like her cousin? The boy? I don't know. Also, I kind of find the animation kind of horrendous. But that's with most 3D animations, like for kids nowadays.
have argued that they're teaching exactly what children shouldn't do. For example, in the No No Bedtime song, the baby refuses to brush his teeth, have a bath, put on pajamas, or get in bed. The education is that he eventually agrees to do so, yet a TikTok user was critical, stating, anytime I'd ask my son to do a simple task, he'd say no, no, no. He's sitting there watching Cocomelon, which taught him no, no, no.
So, pretty much kids are taking up bad habits from watching this show. Yo, Croc, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, Dora the Explorer. Well, it's kind of not, like, I don't think they have continued anything, because I haven't seen it in a while, so I wouldn't know. But I think this would still have a bigger educational purpose than whatever this is.
And to say no to me. On the topic of education, Jericho-san stated, these people don't give a shit about our children. They care about money. That's it. Your child's cognitive development in direct exchange for their wealth, and
Be back later. I don't know why, but this video makes me uncomfortable, and it's not even the fault of the channel uploading it. Understandable, understandable. Of course. What did you expect? What is it about? Like genuinely teaching kids anything? That idea has died a while ago.
There's pretty good evidence supporting this. A New York Times journalist visited Cocomelon's studio, discovering their #1 focus is keeping children hooked. Cocomelon's data and analytics team sifts constantly through YouTube numbers to determine exactly what resonates. Should a girl wear black jeans or blue jeans? Should the music be louder or softer? Should the bus be yellow or red? Yellow is the answer, as they use a darker method to ensure that they're correct.
So pretty much what they're attempting to pretty much is to push watch time to the absolute limit of what you can get. And because those videos have a very long watch time, or a lot of watch time, they're easier to push further. YouTube will promote them easier. They really are farming this pretty much.
Cocomelon has a dedicated Distractotron room, in which once a month children are brought here one at a time and shown a handful of episodes to figure out exactly which parts of the shows are engaging and which are tuned out.
Huh? You know what this reminds me of? Like you just like one of those like older shows where people were like brainwashed. And like you put them in a room, in front of them is a TV. They're like strapped to like a chair, and then they get brainwashed. This is the scenario I have with those kids. They're getting brainwashed. This is some supervillain type stuff.
Next to the TV playing Cocomelon, there's a second screen which plays a continuous loop of banal real-world scenes. A guy pouring a cup of coffee, someone getting a haircut, each lasting about 20 seconds. Whenever a youngster
They are really brainwashing them! This is it. Croc is perfect. Understandable. It is. They are really brainwashing kids in there. That is insane.
looks away from the Moonbug show to glimpse the Distractotron, a note is jotted down. We can see what they're looking at and the exact moment when they got distracted. Therefore, education clearly isn't the primary goal. Keeping kids' attention is, and this is proven by Cocomelon's most addictive element, rapid camera cutting. It's crazy how many times the frame changes on Cocomelon. It's the same type
of the ADHD editing pretty much just like that's why I can't watch Mr. Beast videos pretty much, because the editing is just too much ADHD for me. It's just too much. I can't watch these videos. So pretty much they're applying the same thing here.
Behavior that we experience on a TikTok binge. It's the quick change of frame that releases that dopamine and makes the videos addicting to watch. Count the seconds between a change of frame. Well, TikToker the Circus Brain did exactly this. He firstly counts the changes on My Little Pony, concluding there's about 6 seconds between each cut. He then compares it to Cocomelon.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1.
A different angle. A different angle. Each second. Oh man. Honestly, when Baby Shark came out, that's when the world went to shit. Around that time, I would say. Yeah, around that time. Does this change your answer to Cocomelon versus Disney? Yeah. Yeah. This is just like, this is so weird. Well, I do think Disney is still more evil on like the grand scheme of things, but this is also evil. I still consider Disney more evil because of the agenda that they push. Because like you have to make the differentiation, right? This is brain rot for kids, and the other thing is pretty much Marxist ideology.
1, 1.
In her video, The Nightmare That Is Cocomelon, Savantix draws a similar conclusion. She found that 96% of the shots in Baby Shark were shorter than 2 seconds. She then compares 4 different animated shows, again finding Cocomelon has the shorter shots.
The longest shot on a Cocomelon video was 6 seconds. The longest shot on Arcane was 8 seconds. The longest shot on Bluey was 27 seconds. And the longest shot on Encanto was 18 seconds.
Which, when combined with every other element, creates some terrifying statistics. Dr. Chris...
Well, you also have to, you can't like compare Arcane to like Cocomelon, because Cocomelon is specifically targeted towards kids, but so that's even worse, considering that this stuff is for kids. 6 seconds is not that long.
Summer explained that when showing an infant normal video content, they'll focus on the screen just 11% of the time. However, when the video is instead switched to Cocomelon, their screen engagement skyrockets to a whopping 74%.
Yeah, that watch time goes crazy. Wow. That is insane. This is literally drugs for children. This is literally drugs for children.
This therefore produces stories such as this. I used to volunteer for a preschool and they had song time. A Cocomelon video came on and all of the tots stopped what they were doing, put down their cheese crackers, and remained fixated on the screen for the duration of the video. It was honestly kind of terrible.
So there was a teacher that put this on. I would assume, or like, yeah. Well, thankfully we don't do that here in Germany. What we do is like, we have like a different show where kids can pretty much, it's pretty much like news, with what they watch pretty much before like the break. So at least we have that.
Terrifying. YouTuber Saberspark shared his own personal anecdote. He asked to watch a Disney movie with his 2 younger cousins, who both completely refused, and instead spent all day glued to an iPad playing the addictive show. In Cocomelon Made My Kid a Zombie, a mother talks about her son. He would be in a daze while watching it. You could be waving your hand right in front of his face, and he wouldn't move. It was almost scary. This was also discovered by Sarah Mills 98, who explained when the Cocomelon addiction is so real that my 1-year-old can navigate the TV to turn it on by hand.
Look at that face. Look at that face. Bro is literally drooling. Wow, okay. I didn't expect the 1-year-old to do that, but apparently that's a thing. I did not expect a 1-year-old to be able to do that. That's wild, though.
Himself. However, nothing shows the addiction better than the Cocomelon TikTok trend. Parents will play the show's intro loudly and video their kids sprinting toward the television, where you can witness their mood change instantly. The New York Times journalist found something similar. The kid in the Distractotron had shown up in the midst of a tantrum, which ended the second he heard the Cocomelon.
That is so weird. That is so weird. That's like, I don't know. It's like a cat when you like shake like a bag of snacks, and the cat just runs around the corner. That's pretty much this, but with kids. What? Well, that wasn't the thing when I was that age. Though I don't think my parents did want me to watch TV that much anyways.
Theme song. It was no surprise to Wheeler, the head of research. 99% of kids, he said, if they're having issues when they get here, once that Cocomelon song comes on, they're like, life is okay, all is good with the world. Obviously.
Okay, I'm still picking Cocomelon. Maybe. But I think like Disney's still in my opinion, pushing a more destructive narrative. Rattle VR, hi, how are you doing? But Disney made good things too. Yeah, back in the day. I think about it. We wouldn't have the masterpiece that is the Disney sequel trilogy without them. Star Wars, fuck that.
Obviously, there's a reason for this. Cocomelon is so hyper-stimulating that it actually acts as a drug, and what happens when you take the drug away. Young children experiencing symptoms of addiction and withdrawal, obviously leaving them completely dysregulated. TikTok user ThePoff1 filmed what happens when you take the show away, explaining he'll be inconsolable for at least 10 to 15 mins after, adding
This weirds me out. This genuinely weirds me out. This really went over my head. I did not know that. I really did not know that.
in the description, Cocomelon Meltdown is legit. Once you have a taste of the cocoa, it's hard to break the addiction, which this Reddit user had experienced even worse. My husband and I have been worried about our child. I can slowly see how she'd throw violent tantrums at home and in church whenever she'd get bored and would want to watch the show. Her behavior changes the moment she watches the show, and she will not even eat her meals if she wouldn't watch it. After these tantrums end,
That's like eating without watching YouTube, pretty much. This is wild. I understand that there's kids who like do develop a hyperfixation on a certain show. I mean, that can happen. But being violent, I don't think that should be that is considered normal. Or like just really just wanting to watch that show all the time. I think that's weird. I think that's not something that should happen.
Kids can experience a general discomfort in the speed of everyday life. The more they watch the show, the more their brain begins to expect this intense level of stimulation.
Basically, Cocomelon overstimulates their brains so much that everything else just seems slow and boring.
So pretty much just porn addiction, but for kids. Pretty much on the same level as that. That is interesting to see.
In comparison.
However, the potential consequences get much worse than this. As mentioned at the start, it was the cause of a child's speaking problems, with a notable reply reading, "Same thing happened with my daughter too. She's 4 but can't speak properly. She knows the words, but she does not like to frame the sentence or speech. She has been watching these Coco..."
You can push that even further. You see, you can push that even further. More and more primary school kids struggle even they struggle to read, they struggle to write, they struggle to be able to explain a story that they have read. I worked with a student who you could let him read 2 pages of a kid's book from 1st grade. He was a 4th grader. When I asked him what happened on those 2 pages, bro told me a completely different story. And this isn't like an isolated issue. There is more and more kids who just can't speak properly. They can't write properly. They can't even memorize what happened on like 2 pages of a kid's book. That's how bad it is.
Melons or such other stuffs for 2 or 3 years. Hope we're not too late. Over on Reddit, a speech-language pathologist explained, screen time in general is linked with speech delays for a variety of reasons, but Cocomelon is excessively bad. Firstly, unlike other TV shows or movies, it doesn't have a story. It's just very short clips with poorly written songs. The kids aren't able to follow the plot, learn vocabulary, and see the resolution of a conflict, supported by infant specialist Meg Fora.
And the problem with fast-paced TV programs is that we find that little one's language development is slower.
On the Agents of Speech YouTube channel, this is again confirmed.
The main problem with watching videos on the internet is that they don't know how to use the language that they learn.
But he adds that 4 to 5 hours of screen time per day can make a toddler completely non-verbal. 4 to 5
God, imagine using Radio Reddit. I got no idea. A lot of kids are over that time of 4 to 5 hours. A lot of children. I don't know. On one side, the creators of that show are evil. On the other side, I need to direct my attention also to the parents who do not take accountability in taking proper care of their children and not letting them watch that. So while the fault is also on like totally didn't mess that up, it is, how do I put this? I think a lot of parents nowadays do have no accountability for what they're putting their kids through, pretty much. So yeah, the creators of that show, or videos, whatever you want to call it, is it even a show? I don't know. At this point, the creators of Cocomelon are not good people, but the parents are at least as much at fault as they are.
5 hours is obviously a lot of time, but in Cocomelon Made My Kid a Zombie, researchers discovered that 5-year-olds who watch more than 2 hours of TV a day tended to have lower attention spans and were 7.7 times more likely to show symptoms of ADHD.
So this is in general to watching TV more than 2 hours. Okay. Interesting to know. Interesting.
These screen times might be even lower for Cocomelon specifically, because as explained by Jerica Sands, not all screen time is created equal. A child who just watched 30 minutes of Cocomelon and a child who just watched 30 minutes of Trash Truck will look like a very, very different child. Thankfully, here lies a simple solution. Sierra Renee explained my 2-year-old is speech delayed and addicted to Cocomelon. Switched to Miss Rachel 2 days ago, and he's already saying more words and hasn't had any tantrums. Kim.it shared an almost identical anecdote. My 8-month-old was obsessed with Cocomelon and having bad tantrums, so I cancelled Cocomelon and only let her watch Miss Rachel, and she said her first word within the first 3 days of watching. Clearly parents are able to simply change the channel.
Yeah. Parents are able to do that if they realize that something is wrong. Most parents, however, don't spend that much time with their children anymore. I think so. When I was working at a school, I'm gonna bring up a lot of stories from that time because that is the most extensive time I spent with kids. A lot of parents don't spend a lot of time with their kids. They're in school from like 7:50 a.m. to 5 p.m. At worst, 5 p.m. at worst. And after that, the kids usually have like some kind of like sports club or hobby, and then they come home and then like they spend an hour with their parents and then go to bed. That is pretty much what this is. Yeah, difficult to say.
But not before leaving Cocomelon a massive amount of dislikes. They've therefore earned the title the absurdly popular kid show parents hate, and Cocomelon has actually responded to the criticism that explain our shows are not intended to replace outdoor playtime or playdates. They have a place in children's entertainment time, and as with food, exercise, etc., it comes down to each parent to find the right and appropriate balance for their children. Our responsibility is ensuring that the quality of the content that we produce is high and beneficial for the development of a child's cognitive and soft skill.
These motherfuckers are lying through their teeth. You are exploiting children. You are not producing any high quality content. That is not what you're doing. You're lying through your teeth. And I'm back as it seems the videos as though the video is almost over. Dragon Ball Brain activated.
It is worth
Can't
adding
read.
that our social media communities are filled with stories of parents who experience firsthand how Moonbug content helps their children. Cocomelon does have a crazy amount of supporters, but it's obvious that some of them are simply ignoring the downsides. My baby learned the alphabet and numbers from Cocomelon. She may not speak a complete sentence, but she expresses her wants through phrases. But is it Cocomelon's responsibility to ensure that babies are talking? Well, no. People love blaming cartoons and games for raising children, and not the shitty parents that don't step in to stop them from watching so much. Cocomelon is actually
You can look at this from two sides. You can look at this from two sides. Okay? Is it the cartoon's fault, like the show's fault, alone by itself? No, the parents are also at fault. Do you need to make a show that exploits children's attention to make money? Also, no. There are better ways to do this if you want to make money. Two things can be true at the same time. At one time, they are at fault, but at the same time, the parents are also at fault. If you want a good show for children on YouTube, I recommend The Railways of Crutunia. I'd explain it, but live chat is restriction exists. I know what I'm gonna show my kids when I have any. It's gonna be older shows. Hey Wuoko? I don't know how to pronounce that. Hello, how are you doing? We're watching Cocomelon, the most evil channel on YouTube. But how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
a really sad symbol of parents giving their children tablets instead of actually parenting and interacting with them. Ultimately, parents are the people who choose how much their child consumes.
Stop.
Metroid is
You
one
are
of
going
the
crazy.
greatest-
Stop it. So, pretty much what I would say, okay? Parents at fault? Cocomelon creators at fault. Very, very simple. Very simple. I think that is the fault of the cartoon and the parents. The parents aren't taking steps to ensure what the kids watch is safe. And Cocomelon is capitalizing on early childhood development. Pretty much. Both are at fault. Yeah, that was a good video. Now I know what that is, and now I can definitely take safety precautions. And maybe even in the future, tell parents, because the plan is to be a teacher in the future, tell parents that they should let their children watch this. If I ever, find out that a kid is watching this. Yo, Jacob, how are you doing? Hi! Hope you're doing good. It's about time we watch I have another video. I have another video that I want to watch. I have a couple of videos, but this one I want to watch in particular. We're gonna make a huge switch in content. We're gonna make a huge switch in content. Shu on Head has been a regular on this channel. I do enjoy her videos quite a bit. So, I haven't watched this. This is a year old, but I don't care. I do not care. This is Roasting Men's Living Spaces by Shu on Head. I'm curious how my fellow brothers live. Also, ew, that white monster again. Kinda, ew. Yeah, Roasting Men's Living Spaces. Let's go.
Men. It's time to talk about men again. In my never-ending quest to better understand them, I've discovered many things about men. Some good and some disturbing. Like I recently found out men do not wipe after they pee. Barbarians.
I love Shu on Head. I love Shu on Head as well. I love her videos. They are so good. They are really good. I'm doing a stream. Nice. I'm not aware that men I'm not aware, like, I don't know a single man that, like, wipes their pee-pee after they pee. I don't think I know a single man that does that. You and Smugalana would get along just fine with a common taste for Shu on Head. I think Smugalana and I would definitely get along Because I also share a lot of views that she has.
Truly. But another thing I found out was it does not take much to make men happy. And of course, as a woman, that just fascinates me. Yesterday, I asked my audience, what do you think about this room? And the answers...
Okay, what... I mean, this looked like... how the first apartment of my big brother looked like. It was pretty much just like, it wasn't a chair, but it was pretty much just like a bed. It was pretty much just like a bed, and then like a table and a TV. Nothing else was in that room. I don't find this too bad. I mean, if this is just a living room, then I don't know. If you're alone, like, who cares? Who cares? I only wipe off the IP if I accidentally spray on the toilet. I see, no sharpshooter, I guess. That time is over. I'm playing Pokemon Black on my phone emulator. Nice.
Did not surprise me. It's perfect. This room is perfect. Literally the perfect room. Perfect. No notes. Goated. It's perfect. Nice. Perfect. It's all we need. Paradise. It's perfect.
10 out of 10. Hey Bogax, can you give me a reason to subscribe to you? Because you seem chill, but looking through your channel, I can't understand what type of content to wait from you. So pretty much what I do is to keep it simple, I usually upload reactions from my reaction stream on Saturday and Sunday. I react to a lot of things. It can just be a lot of things. And then usually I stream a lot of Pokemon, some JRPGs. So yeah, daily streams. You can await daily streams. I do a lot of shiny hunting in Pokemon. If you're familiar with that, probably not, but that's pretty much what I do. But seriously, furniture is so damn expensive. 800 euros, if not more, for a bed. Pretty much. Have you heard of Let's View It, an app that allows you to connect your phone to computer? No, I'm not familiar with that. I am not familiar with that. Yeah, 10 out of 10. I see no issue.
10. Perfection.
Perfection.
A very popular meme online is men's living spaces. There are Twitter pages and Reddit pages about this. So today I'm going to rate some men's living spaces. Some of these pictures are from the internet, and other pictures were sent by you, my audience. God help us. But God's dead on this channel. He's not here to help us. So before we dive into this fun little video, let's get into today's sponsor, something that can actually help you with your living space. Are you tired of this happening to you? Introducing Displayed. Displayed special.
Are we done?
1 to 10. She said
I'm skipping the sponsor. I don't care. I'm using right now on stream. Hey, maybe I'll check that out. Maybe that would help me do Dokkan videos easier. And some gacha game content you can also expect. She said I could get anything. Understandable. This is funny. The shark and then the bear on top with a gun. That is funny.
Said I could get anything. Well, that is the most anything I've ever seen. 6 out of 10. Wait, put your toilet seat down. 5 out of 10. Oh god. It puts the lotion on its skin and then it gets to play the PS5 again. Is this where they found
I think this is just like what? Now this is a bit much, but I think that this is like we have a bunch of like paint there and other stuff. I think this is just in the process of like just creating the room, I guess. I also assume it's probably pretty cold down here in winter.
found Osama bin Laden? Do the people in that house know you live there? Are they aware? 4 out of 10. Still living out of boxes, yet playing Elden Ring on the floor. 8 out of 10. What can I say? Man's...
I mean, dream place to live, pretty much. Nobody's going to interrupt you. I mean, sure, why not? Why not? I guess he just went there, so like there's no issue yet.
He's got his priorities in order. Cat. 10 out of 10. Also, I don't know what country that flag is, but everyone from it is annoying as mattress on the floor.
I don't think there was a country. Mattress on the floor. Yeah, the good old mattress on the floor. The good old mattress on the floor. Nothing else. A little table over there, that's it.
Quintessential male living space moment. But you lose points because the light isn't even a titty light. 2 out of 10. Guys really live in apartments like this and don't see any issue. It drives women crazy that men can just sit and be happy. It really does though, like, where do you put your tarot cards? Where do you put your crystals? Where do you put your astrology book? In my defense, I am a femme.
Now that there is a fine line between not enough and too much, and this is too much. This is way too much. In my defense, I'm a femboy. Okay, another femboy.
Boy, really? Couldn't tell. My bed. You mind explaining the bed sheet? That's me. First own flat. Friends say
This is peak narcissism. I sleep with a bed sheet. That's me. First own flat. Friends say it looks too feminine. What should I change? I mean, this looks actually pretty tidy, pretty nice. I guess if you want to make it less feminine, remove the sofa, I guess.
it looks too feminine. What should I change? Mountain axe on the wall. This one's actually like a pretty nice room, but it already has American Psycho vibes. The axe would not help at all, I fear. 6 out of 10 would listen to Huey Lewis and the News in. You're gonna break your neck. You're gonna die. 10-10. Hung a couple hats.
Let me go back. Let me go back. I didn't see it perfectly. What the hell? What one misstep? Oh, one rage quit? He's one rage quit away from dying. So let me get this straight. Stuff down here. A chair up there. Okay. That's an interesting setup.
10-10. Hung a couple hats. Any critiques? 8 out of 10. They're good hats. They're good hats, Dave. I don't know who Dave is. I just picked a random name. Okay, to be fair.
Poor Dave.
Statistically, one of you is bound to be named Dave. Wake up, Dave. You're in a coma. Saul. 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 10 out of 10. Where can I find this print? And thoughts on this to hang in bedroom/living room? Don't. You got your beer, you got your takeout, you got your TV on the floor. What more?
Perfect. 10 out of 10. Perfect. I see no issue, right? I see no issue. You got everything. The bed, the table, the beer. I don't drink alcohol, so I'd be out with that. But some food next to the beer? Perfect. 10 out of 10.
What does a man need? 9 out of 10. At least it's not a lawn chair. I have seen some of these where there's just like a lawn chair. Oh.
I feel called out. I feel called out. Because guess what I'm sitting on? I feel called out. That's mean.
Spoke too soon. 10-10. I will not elaborate. Oh, this one is actually nice. Is that a trash can? Is that a trash can right next to your...
We all know what is going into that trash can. We all know it. That's why it's next to the bed. We all know. We know.
Bed, bro? The lotion, bro! The toilet paper, bro! 210. Do not send me pictures of your
Like I said, we know what goes inside there. We all know.
Goon caves, please. This
The
looks like a
goon
hospital.
cave.
This looks like a psych ward. People were definitely murdered here. 10/10. Men will literally not buy a TV stand, but will have 2 mini fridges. 8 out of 10. Love the Wes Anderson symmetry going on. Okay, so I see we have devolved from mattress on the floor to sleeping bag on the floor. I feel like this video is very, like, classist. Like, oh, a sleeping bag on the floor? What are you, poor? 5 out of 10. Make some money, forehead. Looking for ideas of what to fill this wall with. Just replace it with a picture of a hot girl in glasses reading a book. If anyone asks, just tell them, I like intelligent women. The masturbatorium. I mean...
What? That name is interesting, to say the least. I don't want any explanation.
It's a cool looking room, but... Why you gotta call it that, bro? Why you gotta make me say that word? Double-decker couch. 10/10. Love the...
Yeah, that's a 10 out of 10. Straight up. That's a need, bro. Absolutely. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I see no issue.
The innovation. Sol. Wait! Why is he here again? Why is he here twice? He's taunting us. Well, I hope you never bring home any vegan chicks. That has nothing to do with the room.
It has nothing to do with the room, but at the same time, I don't think a vegan would be comfortable in here. Just saying.
It's just general advice. Do not bring home vegan chicks. Okay, next. A PS5 on a table.
Oh, she meant that in general. Okay, understandable. Understandable.
Oh! 10/10.
Is this safe for YouTube? YouTube, it's not my room. It's not my room.
Just sold my couch because it didn't fit my living room. Trying to balance between feeling empty and crowded. Suggestions? Put a plant in the tuba. Wait, how do you get out? How do you get out of there? I refuse to believe this is the gender that built society. So last weekend I let myself go to a convention and I bought the sword of the heir of Isildur. I even bought it for an absolute bargain. When I got home with it, my girlfriend got mad and said she didn't want me to hang it anywhere in the house. Okay, so first of all, maybe she should stop worrying about where you put your swords and start worrying about her f***ing plants. What is that? This one's got it all.
Again, perfect. 10 out of 10. Also, that sword looks crazy good. If a lady ever comes across this reaction, or buy your man a sword. Don't ask. Just buy your man a sword. I will not elaborate. Just go and buy the sword.
Lawn chair, TV on the floor, playing Rick and Morty. 9 out of 10. Morty, I turned myself into a wife abuser. I mean, this looks pretty normal. I don't know what anime is on the walls, though, so the weebs in the audience will have to be the judge. Like Doki Doki Dodo Magical Club.
That's Hatsune Miku. That is 100% Hatsune Miku. I might be wrong. But it looks like Hatsune Miku. I think this is Hatsune Miku. So, no anime. That's a Vocaloid.
This room looks very familiar. I swear I've seen it before. I think I applied for a job there. I don't remember. 3 out of 10. Crystal detected.
That looks like something you would see in adult films. Uh-oh. We got the rock. You gotta show your room too. Need to see the streamer setup. You don't want to. You genuinely don't want to. You really don't want to. Also, this is a red flag. Somebody's collecting rocks.
This is a woman's room.
This is a woman's room.
This looks fun. Feet.
Feet.
There are feet in this picture. Why are y'all sending me feet pics? Is that Ryan Gosling? 4 out of 10. Oh wait. It's Colin Farrell. 3 out of 10. Wait. There. That's better. 10/10. I feel like I'm having a stroke. What am I looking at? I can kind of like see things.
Nothing. I don't get it. This is a whole lot of nothing. This is like one of those like like puzzles where you have to point out specific things. What is that? I can't make out anything. It hurts my brain.
But then I look at them, they aren't the things. Ah! Did some slight redecorating to my living room and dining room. The flags and random cheetah look a little tacky. Dude, the cheetah is guarding the Declaration of Independence. Highly optimized office gaming area. The guest room. Moving the Miku figures in soon. What do you think? This is definitely a room I have ever seen. Let's see, we got some like Metroid, a TV, some figures, and needs a comment.
Send them to the penis explosion chamber. It's a commie. Also, is that Sonic? The picture right there, is that Sonic?
10-10. Always seems pretty.
I was waiting for that to happen. I was really waiting for that to happen. This is amazing.
Really? Are those Harry Potter paintings on the wall? Seems kind of transphobic. 10-10. This looks AI generated. Wait, is this f***ing Roblox? You are definitely on some kind of list. 10-10 because AI generated. Wait.
So this could either be Roblox or it could be VR chat. Either of these could work.
Is this f***ing Roblox? You are definitely on some kind of list. 10-10 because when the zombie apocalypse comes, it's good to be friends with people like you.
Or when the IRS comes. Befriend your neighborhood schizo. Schizo. True. You should all befriend me in this case.
Befriend your neighborhood schizo. Damn boy, you live like this? This is a depression mess. I know a depression mess when I see it. Take a shower.
It is Roblox, bro? Okay. Is this like a long lost brother? What is it doing there? I don't know. Is this the long lost brother of Asmongold? Yeah, this looks like something that Asmongold would create. Though he has been starting to clean up his mess, it seems.
Shower. We love you. This one just straight up looks like a human trafficking room. 0 out of 10. Wait, is that GameCube? 10 out of 10.
Understandable.
About this room. 0 out of 10. Okay, this is literally just your feet. This is a feet picture. If I see one more f***ing foot picture, I'm turning this video around and we're going home. Ah, another one. What is this? What am I looking at?
Like I said, this looks like something Asmongold would have. The one before that as well.
You're not real, you can't hurt me! Alright, let's see this one. We got the futon, we got the desk, we got the computer, we got the feet, we got the...
The feet.
Oh, this one look... He's on the wall, Pickle Rick on the bed, the commie flag, average shoe on head fan room, 10 out of 10! Nice psychological torture room. Men live. Men live. 10-10. Alright, let's
What is
see
Jesus
this
doing there?
one. Oh, is that a little toothless plushie? Oh, and a little shoe on head plushie. You think you're gonna get extra points for that, don't you? Well, it worked. 9 out of 10. 10 out of 10, love the gay pride flag. We have moved on from feet, and now we are just posting thigh. We are posting thigh on main. In front of all these viewers.
So, feet. Feet with shoes on. Thighs. What else? What else am I gonna get? Also, is that a tissue? I do see a tissue. Bro, I do see a tissue.
In front of Dave? Hey baby, we Hey
We have a slime! We have finally done it! That's me! This is a slime from Dragon Quest. Somebody likes Dragon Quest. I'm happy.
baby, we on the... Hey baby, we What the buck, am I right? I'm gonna kill
Cringe.
myself in front of all of you and give you PTSD. Pretty good room, but you're losing points because you are watching Hassan.
I don't think seeing somebody killing themselves could do anything anymore. I've seen a lot of gore on Twitter. Thanks to some lefty freaks. Also, is that Hassan? That's Hassan. Kill him!
3 out of 10. There is not 2, but 4 feet in this photo. And some crotch. We are coming dangerously close to hanging full dong on the Shoe on Head channel. Oh my god, it's a bed frame. A man finally gets a bed frame and doesn't know what to do with it. But hey, it's a start. They're evolving. The men are evolving. First of all, nice. Second of all, look, it's the conservative pride flag, not the new progress one. Those are rare nowadays. 9 out of 10. Reject modernity. Return to tradition. Do we honestly even need more than this?
I'll be real. Let me go back. 0 out of 10. This shit, the upper one is so damn ugly. This is so damn ugly. The one down here? The one further down? I'm fine with that. That looks okay. But the upper one? Horrendous.
Do we honestly even need more than this? 11 out of 10. My girlfriend was sick of finding my pops on the floor, so I built these shelves. What do you think?
I don't get it. Why are you collecting Funko Pops? What? I don't get the appeal of those things. Like, if you want to collect them, sure, but I don't get the appeal of these. At least they're no longer on the floor. Also, what do you see? I see Batman. I see Batman. Spider-Man. There's a small too. There's a minion on these as well. Yeah, I don't know.
You have a girlfriend? Friend says I need furniture? Well, first off, I don't know that I really have friends, but it's the mailman, and I told him to come in and hang out when he asked about the squirrel. But he said no furniture, which really makes me think. I've lived here for 1.2 years, originally abandoned, but I looked up squatter rights, and so I have 5.8 years left to keep the house. I do like to sit on the floor for posture, so I don't know what the big deal is. There are some other rooms, but they have junk in them from whoever was living here before, so I nailed those doors shut.
What?
10-10. You know, I was going to hate on this, and then I saw the sword and the lime-flavored Tostitos. This is a man of good taste and honor. 10-10. Wait. I'm editing this. It's not a sword.
That's...
It's a f***ing fishing pole.
It's a fishing rod pole. Yeah. It's a fishing rod. I was already confused. Like, that's not a sword.
Been deceived. How do I make food here? New studio has no water or appliances. Need advice. Average New York City apartment, $5,000 a month. Animal Crossing vibes with my first apartment. I think we played very different versions of Animal Crossing. I did not play Animal Crossing Crack House Edition. Why do so few guys on here have curtains? I'm fairly new here, so I hope this question is okay. So often when I scroll through, one thing that sticks out to me is the complete lack of curtains on the windows. Almost every window looks bare and stark and sterile. I know there's a stereotype equating gay men and hanging curtains, and they're a feminine thing, but I thought that was outdated. Is it...
With the curtains, it's a problematic thing, because our cats, if we were to, like, have curtains, our cats would demolish those immediately. Which is why we have cut down on having curtains in some rooms, because you can't put them here. The cats will just rip them off. They don't care.
Still the case? Fellas, is it gay to not want the sun blasting into your f***ing room? Men will literally hang their clothes on their windows before they get curtains. My friend's boyfriend is using an old bed frame as a dresser. Oh my god. They don't know what to do with them even when they have them. You put the mattress on the bed frame. The mattress doesn't go on the floor.
Okay, so let's... My voice dying. I think that's a creative way to use your bed frame. I see no issue. Let's assume you buy a new bed. You don't need the old bed frame. Might as well use it for that, right?
Floor, the mattress goes on the bed frame. Help lay out living room, please. My advice would be go to that other guy's apartment and steal the fucking bed frame he's using as a shelf and put your goddamn mattress on the bed frame. Why are there so many mattresses on the floor? Why are men just allergic to bed frames? Why is like every mattress on the floor?
Wait. Wasn't your mattress on the floor when you had your own place?
I don't know.
You showed me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Caught in 4K. What do you think of chocolate? I like chocolate. I prefer darker chocolate though, like really dark. I don't like I don't like overly sweet chocolate.
You showed me.
Caught in
I
4K.
have a confession to make. I haven't been very honest with you. When I had my own apartment, this is what my room looked like. I had a mattress on the floor. It was a ruse. It was but a jest. I'm a fake. I'm a phony. I'm a fraud. And
A hypocrite. We call it a hypocrite. Lecturing men about living. The best thing in life is chocolate. Absolutely. I love chocolate. I just can't eat that much. Because I'm getting fat. Lecturing men about not having a bed frame. And not having a bed frame. How dare you?
I do not apologize. It will happen again. I will lie to you to make content. 10-10, it's okay when I do it. You know what? Good for these guys. Good for these guys for even having their own place nowadays. It's great they can even afford a TV to put on the floor, or a lawn chair, or let alone 2 lawn chairs. And a lot of these guys are just starting out, you know? Eventually, we will all miss the simplicity. And you know, maybe men are right. Maybe we don't need crystal.
My room is still very simplistic. There's not a lot of stuff in there, I would say. It's fairly empty. More like, not like there's nothing in there, but more like minimalistic.
We don't need all this fancy material things to make a house a home. Sometimes all you really need is beer, a TV and a mattress on the floor, and Saul.
So,
Okay, so that was the short little fun video.
man, true though, true. Sometimes simplistic is best. Yo, I still don't know if I should now call you Darkest Shadow or Baloch. Which one is it? Not again, the deer chick.
I hope you guys liked it, and thank you to everyone who sent me photos of their living spaces, helping
feet.
me further research the man question. But my work is far from over, so if you want to support my work researching the male species,
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video, and just add for her Patreon. That was a fun video. I enjoyed that. The word, like, I'm not a lost cause. My room might not be the worst. I will kill you. That's what I will do. YouTube, I'm not killing somebody. This is just for jokes. That's just for jokes. Yeah. Otherwise I will feel offended. Then be offended. I have no issue with offending people. I don't care. Yeah, that was a fun, cute little video. That was really enjoyable. That was fun. Let me drink something real quick, cause we're gonna make a 180 and jump into the DEI stuff. We're gonna make a completely 180. A completely 180. Let's jump into this one.
Hey, what's up, guys? Up here.
A rep video. He threatened one of his viewers. Get him, ban him, nuke his channel. Yeah, this is another ref video. I react often to this channel, and yeah. You know, Mass Effect has gotten a new board game. Mass Effect has gotten a new board game. And let's just get into it. And I've seen a few things on Twitter. I haven't seen everything. I've seen a few things on Twitter. But yeah, they're getting their ass beat again. So yeah, let's get into it. Oh? Oh! Thank you for the sub! I appreciate it! Or a 0? I think that's an O. Just O. I guess. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Just say allegedly and all good. Pretty much. Allegedly. Can I identify as mayonnaise? No, Patrick. Mayonnaise is not a gender. But yeah, direct attacks gamers for criticizing woke agenda. It backfires horribly, as usual. Again, ref farming this like it's like some, I don't know. Yeah, let's get into it. Let's see how bad it really is.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rip here. So today we're going to be covering some more gaming-related news, beginning with this headline that has a lot of people very confused. So, That Park Place reports Mass Effect the board game designer attacks fans as effing man-babies after game receives negative reviews, allegedly for pushing gender ideology. So,
like, it's interesting. It's really interesting, okay? It's really interesting to see how even like once like these game developers, well, I guess a board game is a game, right? Get like even the slightest pushback, and they will cry. They do cry and like call people like gamers man babies and stuff when your audience rejects what you present them. It's interesting to see that.
if I had a nickel a franchise sold out for this kind of stuff, I'd have a pretty good amount. I could buy a fast food burger. Like, I could buy a Five Guys burger. That's how much money I would have collected with that sort of comparison. But what are people talking about when they say that Mass Effect is pushing gender ideology? Well, this is the screenshot that's making the rounds on Twitter right now. It's very obvious what they're doing. They are
What did they do to Mass Effect? I think Andromeda happened anyway, so Andromeda killed Mass Effect. They're just burning the rest that's just laying around. O-star, 0 star for that VTuber. Or O-star? I don't know. Also, Liara, I forgot how the race is called, but they are exclusively female. However, they can have kids with whoever they want. Just make a good game and nobody would care what gender it is. Yeah, most of the time.
pushing this gender ideology. You can see Shepard, he, him pronouns. Liara, she, they pronouns. And also not lost on me is what I believe is a very clear misspelling right here. They're supposed to be saying adrenaline and they missed the D.
You know, when you're stressed and like you're running for your life, you're getting a good dose of that adrenaline. 100 stars for me. Thank you. Appreciate the compliment.
Sloppy, and maybe I have the wrong information here, but it seems like they misspelled this image. But clearly what people are complaining about is the pronouns being added to...
Where can I find the sub option on iOS? You mean like memberships? Do you mean that? Because, I don't know, do you mean memberships, not regular sub? I don't know, what do you mean? Because, like, regular subs, I mean, I think you're already subscribed, but, like, do you mean, like, this, like, memberships, the thing that Twitch has as subs?
To this game and this franchise, and, you know, you don't have to be an expert in the field, and you don't even have to be someone who feels one way or the other. You can like pronouns being added to games like this, you can also dislike it, But everyone looking at these things objectively can recognize that adding stuff like this and virtue signaling about gender ideology is not a great decision for your game and your franchise. And for every game that is quote unquote successful with these sorts of things, there are infinite other games that are not successful after adding stuff like this. Now, things would get a little bit
You know that people reject it not because of like adding pronouns to it, but because we know that it is a lie. That you are like you are not pushing it for whatever you want to push it. Being horny is a feminine trait. Why are you, as a man, thinking about boobs? True. You should think about retaking the Holy Land. Deus Vult. Well, whatever it is, membership or sub or whatever, the thing you pay for. Well, I don't know, but if you are on YouTube, at least for Android, that's a good question. Usually it would be at least... Wait, let me log into one of my alts, and then I could see where it is. Let me look at one of my alts. Then I can see where it is. I'll help you. Yeah, if you just go like the main page of the channel, or like just straight up on like on the stream itself, it will have a membership button next to the name, as far as I can tell. I could be stupid though, because I myself don't get quite how this specifically works.
complicated when the designer of this game, Eric Lang, would have a complete meltdown on social media. So, you can see this post on Blue Sky, where he says, "I'm so proud of Mass Effect, and so endlessly tired of effing man babies who try to tank our BGG rating because we took 10 seconds to add pronouns to the squad mates. And yes, I realize that reacting to them gives them oxygen, but F off. I get to be mad about this stupid stuff." It's like this dude...
All these like DI cowards. I can only see subscribe. Then I guess you can't, in your country, memberships don't exist? I would say. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. Cause like I think you said something along the lines of you can't do super chats either. So I guess there's that. These people are now all on Blue Skies. Or Blue Sky, which is interesting to see, because they can't stay on Twitter, because they're getting their ass beat on Twitter.
Who discovered like curse words yesterday. He's like a teenager discovering curse words for the first time. Like, relax, man. But here's the thing, okay? He's talking about people being man babies for leaving negative reviews on this game. And this post right here, this is something that a man baby does, complaining about people criticizing their product. Now, you can see the ratings breakdown at this current time. At the time of this specific post, there are, in terms of the 10 rating, there's 14. In terms of the 1 rating, there are 10.
Especially since this rating doesn't even seem that bad. Yeah, we can't do super chat in Pakistan. Then I assume you can't do memberships either. Especially since it's not that bad. I think most of it is just like either really good, or like still like either perfect, very good, okay, but like really.
So keep that ratio.
This isn't
in
too
mind
bad,
because we will revisit these rating breakdowns as it's updated over the course of time. However, in a Twitter post, he would go over to Twitter to complain further about this situation. In a now deleted tweet, he would say this: "I hate even talking about this on social media, but if you played Mass Effect, the board game, would you mind giving it a rating on BGG to offset the effing man babies trying to tank the rating with one-star rating because they can't handle looking at pronouns on a character sheet?" So once again, calling people effing man babies while this dude is simultaneously crying on multiple social media platforms about receiving a negative review on his...
Especially since it's not that bad. It is okayish. It's not that bad. I don't see the issue. If anything, you're now giving it more attention. Like, now you are getting the negative reviews that you were so desperately asking for. But I did buy subs using Amazon Prime on Twitch. I'll be real, I have no idea how that works. Do you have Twitch? No, I do not. Like, I have a Twitch account, but I don't stream on Twitch, and I never will. Like, maybe I will in the future, like restream and stuff. I can use that. I ain't singing anything, Jacob.
His board game. So this user would reply saying, "Good sir, I was about to get right on BGG and do that because you're Eric Lang and I will always respect you, but maybe you should reflect, listen, and stop centering your politics in a space others want to feel included in." And Eric Lang would reply saying, "Nice try." And like I said, all these tweets would be deleted, including this right here where he would say, "Deleted the stupid post because, well, you know why. I hate deleting posts that I stand behind, but F it. Twitter sucks so effing much."
Like, I just have to ask. I really have to ask. I really do. Nobody held a gun to your head to delete your posts. If you stand by them, don't delete them. But you're a hypocrite. Because you don't want to delete them because you stand by them, but if you stand by what you said, why do you delete it? Damn, I want to donate though. Do you have a Patreon or Ko-Fi? You asked me that before, and I still don't have that. I want to set that up, but I don't have that yet. Also, you don't need to give me money. This stuff is free. I do this for free. Again, there is no reason you should. There was no reason to delete this. You just gave it more attention because you were stupid.
Ah, yes, the bravest soldier on social media saying, "I stand by everything that I say, including the things I delete because I'm getting criticism online." But anyways, everything kind of just adds up if you're looking at this.
Did bro put a fork like into you know? Like, did he get too close to like with a fork to some electricity? You should set it up since it's international service. I know I should have one, but again, it feels wrong to get money from people. It feels so wrong. I don't know.
This dude and his social media accounts, including his Blue Sky account. Now, I mentioned this in a previous video from a few days ago, but I think people like me and anyone who is covering similar topics in the gaming industry should do a better job of checking Blue Sky accounts of relevant parties, because people on that platform have been essentially operating completely unchecked. They're living in a complete and utter bubble right now, okay? They're living in a bubble where they think they can say and do whatever they want, and none of their critics are going to see what they're doing on Blue Sky, which, by the way, again, Blue Sky is essentially a...
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Blue Sky is pretty much old Twitter, where if you don't have the right politics, you will get banned, pretty much. That is the core idea. It pretty much is just old Twitter, but way worse. I just want to do it. If you were dark, I wouldn't have what.
A Twitter alternative where these people have gone because they believe that Twitter is no longer safe for them to exist on. And when we look at the Blue Sky account of Eric Lang, we get some bangers like this, right? So people are very political on Blue Sky because, again, they think nobody's going to check. And I wanted to point out this post in particular. So Eric Lang says this: "Rare political post on Blue Sky, but wow, not rare, by the way. In quotes, political violence has no place," end quote. looks at the United States of America's serial bipartisan funding of international political violence through checks notes, all of history. Alrighty then. So this looks cringe, like a Son Piker fan type post here, but looking at the dates of this post is really important for context. So this was back on July 15th of this year. This was 2 days after the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. So he is
Of course he's one like somebody like that. Of course he is. I may get copyright from this app I'm going to use next. Like, being copyrighted is not bad. It's not bad. It can happen. You probably will never be able to avoid it fully. It will happen. As long as you not receive a strike, you'll be good.
Posting this in response to people saying political violence has no place, and he is seemingly trying to justify that assassination attempt and political violence in general, which is a very unhinged and mask-off thing to do.
Yep, very unhinged. Very unhinged. There's a lot of VTubers that I'm blocked by because I called them out on it. A lot of VTubers that were, how do I put this? Hoping for Donald Trump to be killed. Not just one occasion, but multiple occasions. This is why I say, to all people who are VTubers, to all people who want to be VTubers, who do not align with that kind of thinking, be careful who you associate with. I want a game that is truly open world, no linear story, no limited choices. If you lose, you won't have to retry, but it will change your story and should be by type shit with full neutral control. It's a music app. Yeah, you probably will be. If it's not copyright-free music, I think it will probably happen. With Neuralink and AI, with Oculus, it might become true one day. So pretty much like SAO. A game app? Okay. Like the future 10 years, I hope I'm alive until then. I'm alive until then. I hope so too.
And again, because it's blue sky, they think nobody's paying attention. But focusing on recent posts from Eric Lang, and I believe this was also deleted from their blue sky. So he says this in response to more negative reviews, saying, "This is what you get for letting your guard down for 1 second and speaking in anger. F me."
Okay. This is a woke retard. Because if you never said anything about the rating, if you didn't complain about it, people wouldn't have reported about it. It's a Streisand effect. You complain about it on Twitter and on Blue Sky, people caught onto it, and now they're actually going to give that game negative reviews. You are an idiot. Yeah, pretty much SAO, but better. I mean, it'd be cool. It'd be cool to have that.
I'm just tired.
A beautiful sight, true and real.
Has significantly shifted ever since he was begging for more positive reviews. In fact, if you compare the two, so here's before, when he was starting to ask for more positive reviews, and afterwards, about a day that elapsed between these two posts, where the 10 rating went from 14 to 30, so a 16 increase, and the 1 rating went from 10 to 52, a 42 increase. So obviously, balance is all things should be. If you're going to beg for positive reviews while calling the critics effing man babies, I think this is very fair. I think this is what should happen. And for everyone criticizing this, saying, "Oh, it looks like he's getting review bombed," well, he was the same person asking people to.
Well, he was asking for a positive review bomb. Guess that didn't work quite as well as he thought he would. Interesting.
Leave positive reviews, right? He was doing the same thing, just in a different direction. And Also, it is important to note that for a time, and there was definitely some evidence suggesting this, some of the reviews, the 1-star reviews of this game were being deleted, and some of the users who were leaving those reviews were being banned. However, after checking this morning, it appears that the ratings are returning.
Yeah, that heavily backfired. Oh my god. this is... Oh my god, look at that. This is some Assassin's Creed Shadows type shit. Wow, that came back with a... This was like punching the rock and getting punched back. Insane. Well deserved.
And the evidence is very clear on that. So you can see the ratings breakdown now. The 10-star rating has only gone up to 35, and the 1-star rating has skyrocketed to 99. So if Eric Lang was tired earlier, he is napping now, because this is getting only worse and worse for him and this board game. And yeah, basically you reap what you sow. Nobody really feels sorry for you if you're going to inject all this woke ideology into your game and try to virtue signal and also chastise people for trying to criticize these sorts of things and not wanting it into their games or any of their hobbies, which I think is a very fair thing to do for these people who just want to enjoy games without being reminded of all this nonsense going on in the world. And the ratings of this really reflect that sort of mindset that most people, most potential and actual customers of games and franchises like this actually have. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always,
Deserved. Well deserved. There's not much to add to this. Absolutely well deserved. Yeah, guys, just vote with your wallets. Vote with your wallets, and this is no longer happening, because they know they can't sustain this so long if people ain't buying it. I think, however, Mass Effect died a long time ago with Mass Effect Andromeda. That game was horrendous. That wasn't work, it was just absolutely fucking terrible. But yeah, Mass Effect is dead. Buried. And I know why. The people that work on Mass Effect in general, they are no longer at BioWare. And people at least, like, at BioWare need to, at least, I guess, had to approve of this. So yeah, that is what happened. That is what happened. I'm talking a lot today. A lot more than usual. My mouth is drying. Yo, I got another one. Can't wait for the new chapter of the Return of the Mount Hua sect. Okay. Okay. Please stop by when you finish. I will. If you're live until that point. Because you know I stream 6 hours. Usually. The night novel is 1,400 plus chapters. Wow, that is a wild read. You know,
do you think
I like to react to Mugen occasionally. I think his videos are really good. I think they're really, really good. It's also the same guy I reacted to who made the video about the Japanese cheater. And yeah, we are going to jump into this. We do another 180. They are very slow on the pacing at this rate. It might take them decades for them to catch up to the light novel. Okay. Yeah, we do another 180. And we'll jump into why Twitch and its CEO are currently in massive trouble. Yeah, let's get into it. I think it's probably due to the fact that because of, like, those political streamers like Frogan and Hassan. That is my assumption. I can't tell though, but I assume that's because bro's in trouble. But yeah, let's get into it.
What do you think of when someone mentions the website twitch.tv? Maybe
I think of Twitch thoughts and nothing else. That's what I think of when I hear Twitch. I would like to see the liberals add they them to language that objectifies that objects that are male and female. Wait, again. Wait, let me read that again. I would like to see the liberals add they them to languages that have objects that are male and female. People were complaining that I don't use they them pronouns. I am German. They them does not exist. The most neutral pronoun that we would have the accurate translation of would be it. And I can call a person an it. So if I see a person, I either would call them she or he, because I do not have they them in my repertoire. It does not exist in my language. So if you complain about it, sorry, I don't care. Sorry that I act according to my language standards and not yours.
Maybe you think of your favorite streamer. Maybe you think of your favorite esports game, and maybe just
Why is he showing Concord? Why is he showing Concord? Concord, a game that has shut down Catching Strays. Love to see it.
maybe you think of a half-naked woman in a kiddie
Yeah, I
pool
do.
indoors. Regardless of what your answer is, I'm sure there's some amazing memories tied to it. But when I think of Twitch, I think of a grossly mismanaged circus. A circus that is still not profitable after almost 17 years of existence. Yes, they haven't had one single profitable year.
Yeah, Twitch does not make money. Period. That website does not make money. Any money. At all. It is not profitable whatsoever. To the point where Asmongold has a second account where he streams on, where he is not partnered, where pretty much like it costs them like $8,000 if he streams, while they don't make any profit. It is really funny that that is possible.
Ever since they were created back in 2007. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. What Twitch is also known for is their complete and utter inconsistency and lack of transparency when it comes to their bans in regards to their trust and safety team. They show very, and I mean very clear favoritism to some streamers while showing clear malicious intent with other streamers. This has been going on since the website's inception. People were
Show hips as a VTuber, be banned for 14 days. Have intercourse on stream, be banned for 3. That's how this works.
hoping that this weird, immature culture of favoritism would go away slowly after Amazon had acquired the website back in 2014 for $970 million. But as you might have guessed, things only got worse. Look, as someone who's been watching Twitch for almost 10 years now, I can sit here and make a 1-hour video of the inconsistencies when it comes to bans and punishments on the platform. But I'll just show you a couple, because it'll be enough for you to understand why I wouldn't trust a single Twitch employee to put the fries in the...
I still don't know why Alinity is allowed to still stream. First of all, the nip slip. Second of all, she was treating her pets bad. Third reason, I think she was giving her dog alcohol. If that's still the same, if that's the same streamer that I'm thinking about. Yeah. Something like that still shouldn't be allowed to stream on that platform.
Bag at a McDonald's. In 2020, the streamer Alinity was dancing on stream. She showed her nipple by mistake. That's considered adult content. In any case, she got banned for 1 day. Cool. In the same year, 2020, a well-known streamer by the name of Pokimane, who I'm sure you've heard of, opened up a hub link, okay? One of the biggest adult video websites, showing what was on the front page. Yes, many videos of people...
Why did she open that link, though? Like, do you not question... Like, what? Sure, it can happen as a mistake, but if I, like, were to, like... open it, somebody sends me something in and I would open that link. I would open that link so nobody can see what is on there first until I don't know that it's safe for work. You stream longer than me, I do!
Getting penetrated. She said it was an accident. In the end, she only got a warning from Twitch, okay? Not even a ban or anything. An email saying that, hey, what you did was kind of bad. Please don't do it again. In that same year, yes, I don't know what happened in 2020 in particular, Forsen, a very well-known streamer, clicked on an Imgur link in his chat, something he does all the time. What he didn't know, though, was that it was a GIF. It started off as an image of a meme and then transitioned into a woman sucking on a horse sausage. Yes, you heard that right.
There's some sick freaks out there. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you send that in somebody into like to some streamer? Why did Forsen open that without checking what it was? But yeah, he got banned, which is interesting. Double standards. But you know, as a man, you can do what you want on Twitch, but as a woman, you can. That is also a double standard. That they are much faster to ban men that make mistakes than women that fuck up.
Horse sausage. I can't go into more detail. We're on YouTube. Regardless, though, it wasn't intentional. He had no idea. It was a troll in chat. What happened? He got banned indefinitely. Yes, forever with no date of an unban.
So, wait, let me get this straight. Pokimane makes the mistake of clicking on a link that leads to NSFW content. Warning. Forsen does the same. Ban forever. Okay. I guess.
Only getting his ban reversed after more than a month. Now check this out. A streamer was getting backshots live on stream while replying to chat. This went on for multiple minutes as she was getting railed from behind. She gets banned, but for 1 week.
My suffering is great. Yeah, fuck this website. I think there was another one where another chick got railed from behind and you were able to see it in like the reflection of some glass. And I think that was like in a similar sense of being that not that much.
She comes back to streaming and blows up. She has over 30,000 followers. You see the pattern here? Exactly. There is no pattern, just clear favoritism and malice towards specific streamers. This is why for a long time, no one could take the platform seriously. In fact, for a long time, there was this running joke. The head of partnerships at
We need to bring back shame. Absolutely. We need to bring back shame. And it's like... There is a clear... I think actually disagree. I think there is a clear... like idea of what is banned and what is not banned. And the favoritism is clearly directed towards IRL female streamers. If I read correctly, I think the CEO was caught pretty much just having like watching like all those hot tub ladies. Let's call them sex workers, because that's what they are. They are sex workers. Let's be 100% honest here. Yeah. So it kind of makes sense that there would be some favoritism towards a certain group.
Twitch, who has been there for over a decade, even after Amazon buying the company, was a man called Hassan Bukhari. People would joke that female streamers got special treatment due to Hassan. Those jokes became rumors, and those rumors became out of control, especially with all the...
I can go back on this, because Twitch updated the TOS in a certain way. So what they did was pretty much, how do I put this? They changed the TOS so that you can say that somebody, I don't know if it was in Genera or somebody at Twitch, was receiving sexual favors of streamers, or by streamers. That's a very odd and very specific change in TOS. Makes you think.
Terrible decisions Twitch was making at the time. This prompted Hassan to tweet this in June of 2019, saying, "I do not have anything to do with Twitch suspensions or moderation actions. If you or your friend needs help in this regard, please see this link. I cannot do anything about suspensions or unsuspending you," pinning tweet. Making many feel sorry for him that, hey man, maybe these jokes are getting out of hand. Well, these jokes were not crazy enough, because not even a year after this, in 2020, Twitch fired Hassan Buhari over abuse of power. As the Me Too movement was going on, people were leaking messages of Hassan not only asking for these inappropriate favors from female creators, but also showing them off to his friends. There was a certain instance where he received nudes from a certain female Twitch streamer, and the first thing he did was join a voice chat with his friends and show it off, saying, "Oh my god, guys."
They were jokes. They were jokes, clearly.
Just received her boobs. Oh my god, check this out. This man was the head of partnerships, okay? He had the ability to give you partner if he wanted to as well, which he definitely did if you sent him inappropriate images as a female creator. And bear in mind, this was 6 years after Amazon had dished almost $1 billion to acquire the website. This showed us that even after all these years, Twitch had the organizational structure of a startup, except it only had the negative aspects of a startup with no positives. Anything from favoritism to cringy ass bro culture to unprofessionalism, and a lot of moments where they were just winging it. Many people place the blame on Emmett Shear, one of the original 5 co-founders of Twitch.tv.
That's a new name. I haven't heard that name before. Okay. Yeah, I think that's favoritism and that receiving sexual favors. I don't think that has ended. I think that's still going on.
Or Justin.tv as it was known before the name change. The public perceived Emmett as someone who had zero control over the company, as someone who was more concerned with network engineering, with the website's infrastructure rather than its culture and trust and safety policies. After resigning in March of 2023, people were hoping that his successor would finally be able to steer Twitch in the right direction and make it go from unprofessional frat club to an actual professional functioning company who is a subsidiary of Amazon. The person replacing him as Twitch CEO was the person who used to be the president of Twitch, who is Dan Clancy, someone who used to work at NASA and Google and somehow ended up at Twitch. From day one, he did his best to show everyone that he was the hip and cool CEO, someone who sought to understand streamers at a core and fundamental level to give them exactly what they want. He went on to do so many collabs with bigger streamers, smaller streamers, you name it, and even started streaming himself weekly on his Twitch channel, really emphasizing the fact that he was here. And just like when Amazon was buying Twitch, people were yet again hopeful, optimistic that this was...
I think that was the guy that was caught looking at those, like, just exclusively watching those ladies. Those sex workers. I think so.
Finally going to lead Twitch in the direction it so desperately needed to go to. But guys, the website got infinitely worse. There was yet again a complete lack of direction. I'm sure you remember the whole fiasco that happened with the pools, hot tubs, and beaches category. Twitch simply did not know what it wanted to be or who to cater to. They would always keep revising their terms of service to the point where things don't really make much sense even by today's standards, because things are not enforced equally. Favoritism is still very much present. One of the biggest incidents on...
Yeah, if you are a woman and you wanna be almost completely naked, just boot up your camera, stream to Twitch, and have an empty tub in the background. That will be enough to stream in that category. Yeah. And you don't even need to be in the tub. You can just have the tub in the background. There doesn't need to be any water in there. You can just sit there in the bikini on a glass chair with your with a camera under that chair and stream.
On Twitch, just in general because of how ridiculous it is, was in 2024 at the end of April. A streamer by the name of Denims on the left here said on stream that she would pay $30,000 to whoever made Asmongold disappear. Yes, I'm serious. This actually happened. She didn't say, hey guys, I'm just joking, haha. No, she said it with a serious straight face like the one you're seeing right here. And unfortunately for Denims, we're not in the American Wild West of the late 1800s. You can't just put a bounty on someone's head like this. It's without exaggeration to say that this is a federal crime. Now, Twitch's terms of service say that violence on Twitch is taken seriously and is considered a zero-tolerance violation, and all accounts associated with such activities on Twitch will be indefinitely suspended.
Yeah, and yet we have people like Hassan, Brogan, probably she, because I don't think she got penalized for it whatsoever. These people are still running around without much issue.
And yet here she was calling for her fellow streamer Asmongold's assassination. You would think that Twitch would do something about this, right? Well, no. She didn't get banned and she faced zero consequences for doing this. That's Dan Clancy's Twitch. I also need to mention the fact that very recently, in October of 2024, Twitch made it illegal for VTubers to show their hips. Yes, virtual characters can't show their hips. Yet when you go to the pools, hot tubs, and beaches category, you see this. May contain sexual themes. I assure you, buddy, they're showing way more than their hips. Some of them are twerking for subs, man. It's not even funny.
Yeah, or they're playing, like, Genshin just takes up a really, like, they're playing Genshin with, like, really just a small part takes up Genshin, then the camera to her, then another camera to her, but that is vibrating. Again, that's how bad it is on that platform. Those bans make zero sense. And it's not that I'm against, like, the TOS. They can do whatever they want, right? With their TOS. The problem is that they are not equally enforcing the TOS. Because if VTubers can show hips, these motherfuckers shouldn't be able to show hips either.
All of this was to illustrate just how bad Twitch's reputation has become over the years. Sometimes it's hard to believe that a website like this is owned by Amazon or that they even paid $1 billion for it. But everything I mentioned so far has nothing to do with what's going on right now. This is something that is existential to Twitch as a company, its CEO, and even worse, its parent company, Amazon. You have some pretty big Jewish organizations calling Twitch anti-Semitic. Anything from the Times of Israel to the Jerusalem Post. The Anti-Defamation League reached out to Twitch directly, and now many are calling for the CEO's resignation. It's a very nasty and highly political situation, and I have no interest in taking any sides. So let's try and talk about this in the most neutral, objective way possible. Let's go. This entire issue started with the...
So here's what I'm gonna say, right? Here's what I'm gonna say. This is my take on the whole Israel and Palestine situation. Both sides absolutely suck. Anyways, let's continue.
Clip you've no doubt seen already of Asmongold calling Palestinian culture inferior, saying that he's not sorry for everything that's been happening there.
These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
That was the clip summed up. As you can see though, it went absolutely viral on October 14th when it happened, and it was the talk of the internet. Many people were calling on Twitch to ban him, especially since their terms of service talked about incidents like this specifically. This section in the Twitch Terms of Service is dedicated to protected groups. Anything that portrays a specific group as greedy or unintelligent, comparing groups to animals, insects, pests, parasites, you name it. And one of them is content suggesting that protected group members are subhuman, inhuman, or impure. So of course there was a strong sentiment that what he had said in that clip fell in that category. That's not...
So here's my take. There are cultures who are inferior I'm not scared to say this. There are cultures that are inferior. And it's those cultures that kill. Things like, for example, cultures that oblige to the Sharia law. I consider those cultures inferior, because if you don't obey those laws, you will be killed. Very simple. It's all cultures where freedom is oppressed. That's why I say it's inferior. Very, very simple.
Not to say that many weren't on his side. No, in fact, there were. Just like the current conflict between Israel and Palestine going on right now, this was a very divisive issue. There were mostly two main opinions about this. The first opinion seeing him as a monster, as someone who didn't care about people suffering and would go as far as to call them inferior, showing his racist side. The second opinion saw him as a hero, someone who finally said the quiet part out loud, what a lot of people have been thinking. Regardless, as soon as his rant was done, Hassan Abi, a streamer on Twitch.
Oh no. Oh no. Hassan, I'm so scared.
Who happens to be a political commentator on the extreme left, this is an objective statement, by the way.
The fact that he had to say that it is an objective statement is not an objective statement. I'm very sorry, but it is not an objective statement. And this guy's a rat. If you don't know Hassan, he's an absolute rat.
Immediately called him on stream and tried his best to explain to him the situation of the whole Palestine-Israel war and why he was being insensitive and wrong in his opinion. After that stream, Asmongold did something extremely rare. Apologize. He said, looking back on it, I was way too much of an asshole about the Palestine thing. My bad. Of course, no one deserves to have their life destroyed, even if they do things or have views I find regressive. You guys deserve more than me saying stupid shit like that. I'll do better. When it came to Twitter...
Disagree, it depends on what it is. If child marriage is part of your culture, which there is cultures where that today where it is still is a thing, I don't care if another country wipes the floor with you. I don't care.
Many of the comments were not on his side. He was ratioed like there was no tomorrow. Well, folks, he said, my bad. I think that's a wrap. Shortly afterwards, the consequences to what he had said truly started appearing. The streaming org he had co-founded by the name of OTK released a statement saying that we do not agree with anything that Asmongold has said, and that he will be stepping away from OTK and all of its affiliate companies such as Starforge, a PC building company, Mad Mushroom, a game development studio under OTK, and Mythic Talent, the talent agency he helped co-found. By the way, fun fact, I'm in this agency. I love Mythic Talent. They're really, really cool. Don't get it twisted though. The fact that he co-owns it doesn't mean he owns me. I can call him a bald fuck all I want. I can already see the comments under this video. No, this is not how it works. Anyway, he had to step away from his leadership positions from all of these companies because they didn't want to associate with him anymore. As this was all happening, yet another company decided to cut ties with him, although temporarily, and that's Twitch. They decided to ban him for 2 weeks following his comments on Palestine. He then made a video outlining his plans moving forward, that he was going to get his life together.
That was so bad on Asmongold that bro started to clean up his house. That's how bad it got. That's how bad it got. Yeah. The problem isn't that he got banned. The problem is that people like Hassan do not get banned for saying similar bad things.
That he was finally going to clean his messy ass house. That he realizes that he's become an unpleasant person in his opinion the more he spent time online. And that he was reached out to by the very same people he called inferior, and they were very open to not only forgive him but to have a conversation. So we'll see what he ends up doing. However, as people finally got what they wanted and Asmongold was banned, the conversation shifted to other streamers on Twitch that have said things that were just as bad, actually, if not way worse, than what he had said about Palestinians that were not yet banned, and if anything, were encouraged by the platform itself. Most people, of course, were referring to Hassan Abi, the same streamer who had spoken to Asmongold after his rant. Why? Well, you only need a couple of examples. On January 2024, a few months after the attacks of October 7th, Hassan brought on a Houthi pirate from Yemen to talk on his stream through a video call. He asked him questions about the conflict in Israel and Palestine, about his opinion on numerous things, and of course if he watches anime, to which the Houthi said, "I watch One Piece." Hassan loved the answer, his community loved the answer, and of course this got memed. Hassan was heavily criticized by many on Twitch, people who weren't even political in nature, and yet Twitch pretended like it didn't happen. They had nothing to say about it.
Yeah, bro brought literal terrorists on Twitch. I'm not kidding. He also said things like the people dying when 9/11 was happening deserved it. And there's other rats who have connections to him, like Frogan, who said that American war veterans all deserve to die and or have a PTSD.
Let me tell you why that's a big deal. On January 17th, around the same exact time Hassan was interviewing the Houthi pirate from Yemen, the US Department of State designated the Houthis as a terrorist organization. That's because they were attacking commercial ships moving along the Red Sea. They were hindering global trade and attacking innocent people on those vessels that had nothing to do with the Israel and Palestine war. Twitch's terms of service very specifically outlines a section dubbed Terrorism and Violent Extremism, in which they say that terrorism and violent extremism promote unlawful violence and spread messages of intolerance. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist acts.
But it does. But it does. That's the problem.
Actors or acts. This
Or
includes
they
threatening
do.
to or encouraging others to commit acts that would result in serious physical harm or significant property destruction. For example, you may not want to display or link terrorist or extremist propaganda, including graphic pictures or footage of terrorist or extremist violence, even for the purposes of denouncing such content. So Hassan has successfully promoted a terrorist organization as outlined by the US Department of State. I should add that he asked him very softball questions such as, "Do you know what KFC is? And do you watch anime?" This wasn't really journalism, it was just glorifying revolutionaries like he does all the time. He would also show his friend on stream, Nick Polam, footage, literal footage of the Houthi.
I think he also said something like, some ladies deserve to get raped because they were rich. It's funny that this motherfucker is rich as well. Just to mention it.
He's taking over these ships in the Red Sea. I mean, look at this.
Group of people that are like, no, we care about the Palestinians. We don't want you bombing them. So we're going to fucking take action. And we're going to try to punish you economically to the best of our ability. And by God, they started doing that, and they were doing it real well. So they started.
And by God, they were doing it, and they were doing it real well, guys. Twitch said in their terms of service, don't show this stuff even if you're gonna denounce it. Not only is he showing it here, but he's not denouncing it. If anything, he's glorifying it. But I think the most interesting thing in all this is what happened in regards to Asmongold. During his segment with Ethan Klein, Hassan sat there and pretty much insinuated that China did Tibet a favor by erasing their culture, giving the idea that, yes, their culture is inferior. You can even see Ethan making fun of him, like,
ruled for thee, but not for me. Just the usual, usual thing. Typical Twitch behavior, right?
like, oh yeah, China did them a favor, didn't they? And he wasn't going against that narrative. Watch.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
So
took
China
over.
unilaterally took over Tibet,
Like
squelched
these are
their culture, They basically are trying to, you know, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
the part
they
of
did them
feudal
a favor.
warlords and
This clip made people draw parallels with what Asmongold said. How come Hassan can sit there and say that the Tibet people deserve to have their culture erased due to a couple of bad stains in their past and not face any consequences? At this point, this was clear favoritism, but it wasn't just limited to Hassan, it also stretched out to everyone who orbited around him, like that Yemeni Houthi that he brought on his stream. The same Houthi that Hassan had given a platform had posted on Twitter a man getting impaled. It's a drawing, don't worry. But regardless, it's still a man getting impaled through his ass to his mouth, and the caption reads, "The execution that we will carry out on all Zionists." Now the Houthi does have a Twitch account. He was banned on there after this tweet, created an alt account signaling ban evasion, which is against Twitch TOS. That account got banned too, and then after 12 hours, both of those accounts got unbanned. Listen, you have to understand how crazy this is, okay? Making an
I don't even know what to say. Like, the Twitch thought thing is one thing, right? The support of terrorism is another. That's another issue. That's a completely separate issue. This shit is wild.
alt account is ban evasion. Ban evasion is usually very strictly carried out by Twitch, but in this case, it was given a massive exception. This was all happening as the Asmongold stuff was happening too. Hassan was confronted about this, of course, and his response was, well, hey, at least the drawing he posted wasn't of a Jew, so I don't see what the problem is. That's because the man getting impaled on the drawing looked African, so this was nothing more than a very big deflection. This again renewed questions over Hassan's influence and the things he's been doing to this platform, but we were also starting to understand where this favoritism was coming from. Dan Clancy, shortly after taking over as CEO of Twitch, had an interview with Bloomberg, and here's what we discovered in that interview. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hassan Piker.
Of course he does. Why not? Of course he does.
Who has 2.5 million followers of the platform. I like the frankness and bluntness, Clancy said. He's comfortable saying what he believes. I'm not going to sit here and talk to you about whether Hassan's streams are worth watching or not. Again, I'm here to be objective. All I can say is that 8 months after this interview, Hassan brought a Houthi Yemeni on his stream, directly breaking the terms of service on twitch.tv, and didn't get banned for it. Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering what kind of streamers Dan Clancy follows on his own website, this is a clip from him showing the upcoming features on the Twitch app on mobile, where you have a function that works like Instagram stories. These are all the streamers he follows. Interesting, I kind of see
Twitch thoughts! Yay!
a pattern. Now, what brought us today to this breaking point that we are at, this existential threat that Twitch is facing, is the ecosystem that was fostered by Hassan and his community. One of the main people of interest is Frogan, a partnered Twitch streamer and someone who is considered a close friend when it comes to Hassan. In mid-2024, Ludwig was organizing a charity for Palestine, for the people affected by the war. He said he was going to contribute $10,000 of his own money. Frogan's response? Calling him a slur for white people and saying you can keep your 10K, we don't want it. All while she has an emergency rent donation goal at the bottom of her stream. Now, even though Ludwig is considered to be one of Hassan's close friends, Hassan vehemently defended Frogan's usage of the word cracker here, even though she literally is begging for money to pay her rent and hasn't done anything when it
Racism. We got that one down as well. We got a lot of interesting things in here. Racism. Terrorist support of terrorists. We got a lot of things in here.
comes to donating to Palestinians, Ludwig was giving away $10,000 of his personal money while encouraging his entire community to donate as well. I don't think you need to be a genius to look at this objectively and realize how ridiculous, how much of a farce this all is. Of course, she suffered no consequences. No one did in this case. A trend continued by Twitch. Recently, just on October 20th, 2024, Frogan, yet again with another controversial take, saying that she hopes all American soldiers get PTSD and get denied access to healthcare live on her stream. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. She literally said every word. Watch.
I had no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking...
Do we need to take the opinion of a fat fucking whale serious? Do we need to do that? I don't think so. I don't think we should take a fat fucking whale serious.
soldiers. U.S. military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
I hope you get a new form of diabetes.
There were no immediate consequences after she had said this, and if anything, it brought attention to her very problematic past, associated with Twitch. It turned out that Frogan was a part of something called the Arabs podcast. And at the latest TwitchCon, back in September of 2024, very recently, they held a panel approved by Twitch in which they had an ethnicity tier list. I'm not even joking. I'm not even making this up. This is real. The whole premise of this was, how would a streamer react about saying the word Habibi? And they had a bunch of streamers ready with the rankings consisting of Arab coded, asks permission to say Habibi, thinks Habibi is a slur and wouldn't want to say it, and the last tier being loves Sabra. So of course Hassan is placed as Arab. I mean, why wouldn't he be? Everyone here loves him and the attention he gives them. A bunch of random streamers that have nothing to do with this, like I don't even know why this is a thing, guys. Don't even ask me. And of course you have the tier saying love Sabra. Now what is Sabra? According to Israelis, Sabra hummus is the most popular hummus brand in Israel. Everyone there has it in their fridge. I think it's fairly straightforward to assume that love Sabra means Israeli, alright? But it also has a very unfortunate double meaning. Sabra also means a Jew born in Israel. So whether that was intentional or not, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, but it definitely doesn't help their case. This is practically an ethnicity tier list in which the top is Arab and the bottom is Jewish. That is
At this point, I'm not even reacting. I'm just listening to him saying this, and I don't know what to say. Just this feels like some weird like TV show that would run on Adult Swim. Yeah, that's how it feels. That's quite literally how it feels. The anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism. The Jew hate is going crazy here. This is insane.
Is ridiculous, bro. You can see the sponsors right here: Capcom, Chevron, Samsung. You can see TwitchCon. This was signed off by Twitch to be on stage. This was streamed at TwitchCon. This was an event at TwitchCon with people sitting in the audience watching. How the hell did this happen? I don't understand. How can this oversight happen like this? This just shows you how much of a mess Twitch is. And yet here they were ranking people based on ethnicity. I just can't believe this. And you know what the funny thing is? Even if you were Arab, you probably would not want to be a part of this or associate with people like this, because this is just cringe. What the hell is this? I mean, you have a literal Jew, Ethan Klein, right here in Love Sabra. Like, come on, man, that's crazy. Speaking of Ethan Klein, he's actually been the biggest critic of Twitch and the CEO regarding all this stuff we've talked about in this video so far. When he saw this...
Great, so one thing he did good. Great. Because that man is also not a good person.
Tier list, he was outraged. And even though at some point he and Hassan were on great terms, he had a lot of criticism towards his behavior and the people he's promoting. And to many, he was seen in the right. His opinion was warranted. This was crazy. He was saying in his title of his latest podcast, Dan Clancy must resign as Twitch CEO. He also commented on how Hassan reacted to this tier list and had nothing but positive things to say about it. I think I should mention here that Ethan doesn't even consider himself to be a Zionist. He's against Israel's actions, but the only thing he doesn't want is the 8 million Jews born in Israel to not be expelled out of the country. This means that the only thing he and Hassan disagree on is the 8 million Jews point. But still, he's being treated like an outcast and put at the bottom of the ethnicity tier list. The objective question to ask here is, if Asmongold had done a tier list with Israeli on top and Palestinian on the bottom, would he have gotten banned, yes or no? There was clear...
Is that a question? Is that really a question? Of course he would have got banned. What do you mean?
clear bias at Twitch now towards the whole Palestine and Israel conflict, and as you thought that things could not get worse, it turned out that Ynet, a pretty popular news outlet in Israel, came out with a report saying that Twitch had blocked anyone in Israel from creating a new Twitch account ever since October 13th. That's October 13th, 2023, by the way, so it's been over a year. Some people tried switching to a VPN.
That is completely new. I did not know this. Wow. Now it becomes very obvious how you know why that would be, you know. It becomes very obvious, right? That this is anti-Semitism. I can't pronounce that word.
VPN to Israel, and they would get the same thing. The IP was immediately blocked from account creation. This is the error code you would see. Error description, blocked country IP. It turned out that ever since them blocking account creation in Israel, people have been reaching out to Twitch support asking, hey, is this normal? And Twitch would reply with something like this: I'm really sorry that you're having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that, unfortunately, you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing your case at this time. Explaining absolutely nothing about the situation and just brushing it off and closing the ticket. This was so big that the Times of Israel picked up this story as well, confirming that yes, users in Israel could not create an account. The Jerusalem Post picked up the story as well, echoing the same things that were said in Ynet and the Times of Israel. A streamer by the name of Dan Can't Stream has made it his life's mission to go after Twitch and prove that they did this deliberately and that this wasn't just a mistake. He says that as early as May 2024, there was a small ignored effort with the hashtag #BatluathTwitch, which aimed to get Twitch to answer why they could not create accounts from Israeli creators. While we're talking about this, I should mention that this wasn't just related to Israeli citizens, this was also related to Palestinian territories such as the West Bank and Gaza. So this accusation was pretty damn big, right? Twitch, and especially its parent company Amazon, does not want to be perceived as anti-Semitic, but that was exactly how people were perceiving them now. So not even a day after these accusations started surfacing, Twitch support made a tweet. We wanted to address concerns we've seen about whether we're preventing Twitch account signups in some regions. When signing up for a Twitch account, you can select an account verification method, email or phone. For added protection, following the October 7, 2023 attacks, we temporarily disabled signups with email verification in Israel and Palestine. We did this to prevent uploads of graphic material related to the attack and to protect the safety of users. Signups were not disabled, and we continue to see signups from both regions. Users could choose to sign up with phone verification. We've learned that, inadvertently, we did not re-enable email verification signups for either region. I'm just going to interrupt this tweet real quick to mention something. This argument falls apart when you realize that they didn't do this when Russia invaded Ukraine. They didn't do this to Yemen.
Right, they didn't do that. Also, it would be weird. When clearly people tried to sign up and weren't able for a little over a year. So, yeah, this falls flat already at like, because this is already like quite a while ago. Also, community get fucking community noted.
They didn't do this to Lebanon, and they didn't do this to Myanmar, a bunch of countries currently at war. Anyway, let's continue. We deeply regret this unacceptable miss and the confusion it has caused. We fixed the issue, meaning all affected users can sign up with email verification. We've also heard concerns about whether our community guidelines apply to all content on our service. We continue to enforce our rules as consistently as possible and are actively reviewing content and taking enforcement action where needed.
Sorry you missed my stream, just ended it. I mean, what can I do when I'm streaming at the same time, you know? Can't do much.
This last paragraph was in reference to Frogan and her panel at TwitchCon with the ethnicity tier list, as well as Hassan. But they were pretty much saying that, oh, don't worry, only email verification was disabled, phone still worked, we still received signups. However, as you can see right here, they got community noted. Both email registration and phone registration were blocked. Dan Can't Stream yet again coming up with a tweet disproving Twitch, saying, hey Dan Clancy, about mobile signup still working thing, sure doesn't fucking seem like it. Thank God we took recordings before you did damage control. Attaches a video showing that mobile signup was not working in Israel, saying, resign anti-Semite to Dan Clancy.
And while we're at it, just ban Hassan and Frogan permanently. Thank you.
So in this video, as you can see, there's going to be a phone number put in and it doesn't work. The code never arrives. Dan himself quote tweeted the Twitch support tweet saying, "We just posted an explanation of what happened on Twitch support. Please look at this tweet. Very sorry about this oversight. It only came to our attention today. As mentioned in the tweet, it did not affect people using mobile phone verification. Again, very sorry this occurred." This was getting so out of hand that even the Anti-Defamation League, an American organization made to stop the defamation of Jewish people, had to reach out directly to Twitch to ask for answers and to express their disappointment. This is when things took a turning point. Look, objectively speaking, when the ADL reaches out to you out of concern as a company, it means that unless you change your course of action, you're about to lose every single sponsor on God's green earth. So Twitch is now in full damage control mode.
So pretty much if the Jewish community does not take this, you could see a permanent destruction of Twitch. This could be interesting to see.
They immediately reissued a ban on the Houthi Yemeni's Twitch channel. He usually streamed things like Rocket League, right? But this time I think it's permanent. And they banned every single streamer on the Twitch sponsored panel. Let me just remind you, this was at TwitchCon, but every single streamer here, including Frogan and Denims, the person who threatened Asmongold's life for $30,000, got banned for 30 days. This is not a permanent ban. This is a 30-day ban. Now people were wondering...
This should have been permanent. This should have been permanent. Your VTube avatar is 10 out of 10? I don't think so. Because I didn't pay much attention to detail here. I just threw it together. I'm really talented at deflecting compliments. I will accept them when I deserve them.
Wondering how an oversight like this could happen. Almost a year of people in Israeli and Palestinian territories not able to create an account truly made people wonder if this was an oversight or if it was done on purpose. Well, Twitch had a lot of layoffs in the beginning of the year, 500 employees, and Dan Can's stream pretty much revealed that most of these layoffs were on the trust and safety team and were relocated to a cheaper location, which is Egypt, a country that doesn't famously have a friendly relationship with Israel. So Dan's theory is that this was why the trust and safety team was so anti-Israel, because they were Egyptians. As this was all happening, a website by the name of danclancysucks.com got made, hoping to get...
Bro got his own website! Bro got his own website. That is wild.
Him fired, saying Dan Clancy's Twitch is an anti-Semitic hellhole, showing you clips of Ethan Klein complaining about this ethnicity tier list they had at TwitchCon, how they banned Israeli and Palestinian accounts, Hassan's many cases of problematic behavior, about how Dan Clancy enjoys watching Hassan. So yes, while the ethnicity tier list streamers got banned for 30 days, Hassan still has not been touched. The reason why so many are pushing for his ban is for fairness, is for, in their eyes, justice. Many are hoping that now, after the ADL and Stop Anti-Semitism and many other Jewish organizations reached out to Twitch, that we would finally see changes when it comes to their very inconsistent bans that have much favoritism attached to them. Whenever someone mentions Twitch, they have to mention Amazon, their parent company, and I'm sure Amazon does not want to have problems with people like the Anti-Defamation League. More importantly though, this all happened under Dan Clancy's leadership, and it remains to be seen whether Amazon will force him to resign or whether he'll walk away scot-free. The fact that this is being picked up by a lot of the media is showing that this is going to have a very negative impact on Twitch's reputation, and Amazon...
Yeah, this will have negative impact on Twitch because they're gonna lose sponsors. And their CEO will resign. The losing sponsors would also hit streamers if something does not change. Again, I think all these people here, all these 5 streamers should be banned permanently. Because people have been banned permanently for worse, for less worse. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Remove them permanently.
Amazon will definitely be keeping an eye out on that. Let's see what happens. But for now, I hope you enjoyed the video. If you watched till the end, I love you so much. You're awesome. And yeah, I'll see you in the next.
Thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. I'll take it. Yeah, this was interesting. I didn't know there is a lot more new things that I learned. I didn't know that they had like a ethnicity what do you call it? Wouldn't this be also called racist? Wouldn't there also be racist? Because it's an like an ethnicity like tier list. I don't know, just weird. I didn't know that it was that bad. That's new to me. Interesting to see that. I think I've said it before. All 5 of these should be banned permanently. But yeah, that was interesting to see. I did not know that. Okay, guys, I'll be right back because I gotta go to the bathroom, and then we'll continue with another video, I would say. So be right back. I've returned. Yeah. Okay, what am I gonna watch next? By the way, wait, let me drink something first of all, and then I'm gonna watch something else. I found this video thanks to, let me click here.
I have a question.
I found this video thanks to, Smug Alana. And I thought it might be interesting to watch. Especially since, you know, I like watching controversial opinions and controversial ideas. But yeah, I found this video. This is by Homath. Interesting name. I think I've seen a few clips about this guy. And I've also seen clips of her, but I'll talk about that in a minute. So, What Happened to Marriage by Homath. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. So, what happened to marriage? What did happen to marriage? Well, marriage is fucked, because there is a huge power imbalance, because divorce is always helpful towards the ladies, not really like beneficial to the men. The men are always usually getting punished from yeah, paying alimony to child support to struggling to even like get access to your children. It's like a horrendous gamble. And yet I still do want to get married.
I have a question for the men. Do you guys still want to get married?
By the way, this chick is a grifter. Cause she actually has an OnlyFans. So she only does this. She does like very pro men content. She is what is actually a pick-me. Cause she does very pro men content to lure men to her OnlyFans. Just so you guys know when you come across this lady, because that's what she does.
I think what you're asking is, do you want to be married? And I think that a lot of men would say, yes, I do want a partner to spend my life with. But when you say, do you want to get married? I'm not sure if you're keeping in mind all these extra steps that come before and the possible ones after. Here's a
I like the drawings. That's interesting. I really like the drawings.
guy living in a cardboard box with his ex-wife in his house with other men. You have to keep in mind that happens with roughly 1/3 of new marriages, and that's only for the men who have the opportunity to get married, which is contingent upon a bunch of steps that have changed quite a bit over the years. So in order to get married, you have to date, and in order to date, you have to work and make money, and in order to work and make money, you have to go to school.
So all of these things got way worse for men. Because in order to get work, you have to go to school. School, however, is really hard on boys because school has been very tailored now towards the girls. Which obviously is an issue because a lot of men nowadays, they drop out of school because, first of all, they can't keep up anymore, and second of all, it's kind of like not worth it. You get me? Because like you finish school, you get out of school, you start working in a dead-end job, and then you're fucked. Pretty much. There is no incentive to actually get through school successfully to get a job.
And men have been facing a lot of new difficulties in all of these.
And then we go to work, where DI is very helpful towards women to the point where we have illegal programs that only want people that are either women or anything else, but not if you're like a man or if you're white, especially when you're white and a man. So you have those as well. And also there's an imbalance because women want a provider and protector most of the time. That's what I have seen. That's my experience from dating, that women want generally a man who makes a little bit more money. But when we are competing with each other, because we all make similar money, that is not really the case anymore. So you also have that problem. And dating is... yeah, it is over. It is genuinely over. People... and that's not only men and women. And not only women. That is men also. Horrendous expectations. I'm gonna say it. We also have awful expectations of women. Not only women have that. In addition to that, the people that you can date it gets progressively worse. It just gets progressively worse because the people available also suck. So it is this. The difference is men, no women to date. Women get a lot of men that they could date, but all those options usually suck. So we pretty much have nothing versus way too much that is pretty much that goes nowhere. Pretty much.
Areas over the last few decades. So, do I want to have a partner? Yes. But do I want to go through all of this again? Not right now. So, you want to get married, you have to date, you want to date, you have to work, you want to work, you have to go to school. This is where a lot of male problems begin. I'm not saying that schoolgirls have it easy, but the last few decades, schoolboys have been treated like they are defective. In 3rd grade, I used to finish my work before the other kids, and I would get up and move around, and they told me that was not okay, so they medicated me. When I got a little older, the other boys would start fights, and I went to the authorities to do the right thing, and they punished both of us. So then I took matters into my own hands, and they punished just me because of these policies. They don't let boys just...
yeah, that's a horrendous policy. Now, that does not only apply to boys, that also applies to girls. Where when you do the right thing, you're still getting your ass beat by teachers. So what's the point? You might as well not do anything. If people beat each, like if you get attacked, and like in school you get into a fight, and instead of fighting you go and you know, tell a teacher, if you get punished, you know, might as well keep fighting because I'm getting punished anyways.
Anymore. Those types of policies are not setting young boys up for success. They punish the way that we natively look at the world. It definitely messed me up a little, and that was
I heard from a fairly renowned professor that is no longer alive, also a lady, a really intelligent woman, that technically boys should go to school 2 years later than girls, because boys are a bit slower in development than girls. And I do see that. I definitely do see that. Boys want to move around a lot more than girls. A lot more. So, yeah. It's interesting to see that once you finally like know the material and you look at like how kids behave and you realize, oh, something isn't quite right. We are applying how girls behave to boys, which is harming the boys because they are not girls.
30 years ago, and I have no idea what's going on now. When we get older and go to college, there are all kinds of things in place to help girls that are not available for boys, and they say that it's there to correct problems, but I don't think those problems exist anymore. So as we are accumulating what we need to...
Me neither. When I look right now at all the stuff that feminists are crying about, you are not talking about anything that is so meaningful that it could turn women's lives around. You are not talking about anything that is like... You are not like going to like countries where feminism is genuinely needed. You're not doing that. Because now it has become a game for dominance and not a game of balance, so to speak.
To succeed in life, boys are getting less of a head start than they used to, which is, I think, one of the contributing reasons for why they say they have Peter Pan syndrome and they never grow up. I think it starts here. When we get into the workplace, there are similar programs that benefit women and not men. And that's an issue because women want to make equal money to men, but then they also want men to make more and support them, and you can't have both. Additionally, the culture has...
So here's my idea, right? I think the Peter Pan syndrome is a result of not being given the chance to take a responsibility in a younger age. Which, if you drop out of school, you won't get that. You need to have, especially young people nowadays, to have them get to... Wait, let me rephrase that. You need to have young people receive the chance to take responsibility. Otherwise, they will never grow up.
Has become very inhospitable towards men, and again, the way that men communicate and behave.
Yeah, that is hashtag the Me Too situation. To the point it got so bad that male colleagues were avoiding their female colleagues, and they reversed pretty much what they wanted, which is more women being hired in certain positions, because now men were afraid to hire women because women may lie about what happened to them in the workplace. Also, DEI, he should also bring up Bridge, because that's the core issue.
And I don't know if you've noticed, but the economy is getting pretty bad, and even though that affects everybody, men are the ones who are expected to pay, so this puts us at an increasing disadvantage comparative to women as we age. Then when we get out into the dating world, if you don't have any money, that's going to be a problem. If you can't compete on the dating apps, which most men cannot, that's going to be a problem. If you're not okay with her having an OnlyFans or an Instagram or whatever, it's going to take some women off the table because they have so much attention. So a lot of men are playing catch up at this point in life when that didn't used to be the case. So our parents and
when they say like, which I also find interesting, and I'm gonna quote somebody here. A lot of men who wanna be with a woman, who wanna start a family with a woman, they run away. Why do they run away? Because they don't have the things that they want to give you most of the time. A lot of the men get cold feet because they don't have the money to take care of you. They don't have the money to give you what you want. They don't have the money to you know, have a family. They don't have the money to... They don't have their dream job. They're not there where they want to be. So they need to... When you are there... Pretty much like when you are there to marry and have a family, they are below that because they need to catch up. They can catch up. Most office places don't allow romance and dating co-worker, which is understandable. I think that is understandable. However, it also takes like a place away for people to meet, because a lot of people still meet via friends or via the workplace. So those men get cold feet. It's not that they don't want to be with you, it's that they need to catch up first. A lot of women also don't see that a lot of men have to catch up. Because men don't have a biological clock. We have a success clock. And for a lot of men, those are ticking very early.
Grandparents did not have any of these problems. They just sort of grew up, got jobs, and married whoever was nearby. Have you ever thought of it like, would your mother have married your father if she had Tinder? Would she have chosen?
Absolutely fucking not. I can 100% say, absolutely fucking not.
Him. There's stuff going on in these phases of life for us that would have been unheard of even one generation ago. I once had a job where I worked with a girl. We had the same job. I had more experience. We had layoffs, and later she matched with me on Bumble and came to hook up. And I said, would you like to continue doing this? And she told me that I didn't have my life together enough. We were living in the same place, in the same job market, and we came from the same job, and I had more experience. And she was getting $120K a year to do some like women's leadership job or something, and I was driving for Uber. So, you know, I think a lot of people are really underestimating how much easier this makes things. So then if you can actually get to this point, you as a man, you have to take everything that you've managed to put together over the course of your life and put it all on the table for someone who is...
Yeah, the harsh truth is... You received the gold star. The harsh truth is that men have to do a lot more to get a partner than women. That's just the harsh truth. And I guess, that's a gift, man. I guess you have it easy in that department. The problem is just that the distance, like the difference between those two, it's not like small. It's like a fucking canyon. Cause like here in Germany, people are very money focused. Okay, women are very money focused. That's just German culture. Can't do much. I need to make a lot of money. I need to have a good job. I need to have a car. Car is one that is insane, by the way, here. If you don't have a car, you are fucked in the ass. If you want to have a partner. Pretty much. You're dead. Don't even attempt to date, which I have made the experience that doesn't work for me anymore. What's really important is, what do your parents work? What do your parents own? That is also an important one. It is insane here.
Probably not doing the same. Even though women are not having a hard time in the workplace, men are still generally expected to provide, while women generally keep more of their money for themselves. We've all heard, my money is my money, his money is my money. I found...
No, it goes different. It goes different. Her money is hers. His money is our money. I see that in the relationship of my big brother, where he pays everything and she pays nothing. Or close to nothing. Sucks, huh?
Found this great little video about that.
But I just have a quick question. My husband won't see all of my accounts, right? I have like 8 different bank accounts, but my husband only knows about 2 of them. I've just been secretly saving for years in case I ever need to. Oh, no, say no more. I don't need to see those statements. So as far as I'm concerned, they don't exist.
Yeah, so I don't love the idea that my wife might be hiding.
Okay. I made it very simple, and like if I had the option to change that, I would. If you were hiding money in the case of a divorce, courts should make it so that you will receive nothing from the man because you were already preparing for the divorce. It was already planned that you would divorce him. And I don't get this idea, okay? I'm a ride or die guy. Whatever it is, if it is not infidelity, if it's not infidelity, I can deal with everything, except if you cheat. That's gonna be over. That is the relationship over. I can fix everything. I will attempt to fix everything. Physical abuse, I will attempt to fix that. Stealing, I will attempt to fix that. It may take a while, but I will attempt to fix that. I don't get how people can live like with the idea that they eventually gonna divorce the person. Like they already know that they will divorce the person that they are gonna marry. I don't get it. I don't get it. If someone is planning on getting divorced, why even marry? Exactly. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Which is why I said it's gonna be a ride or die, or it's gonna be nothing. I will attempt to fix anything but cheating that I want to fix, but aside from that, I will attempt to fix any issue that exists. As long as my wife or my girlfriend communicates that, I will fix it. Just shaking my head.
Hiding money. Of course, I'm not allowed to do that. All of my money has to be on the table, and there's about a 1/3 chance that you're going to be taking it to party with other dudes in the house that I bought for you.
The problem is also that we live now in an economy, for example, here in Germany, we live in an economy where you can't survive on one income. Because you can't even get an apartment. Like I said, I've said it in another time in a different stream. Women out there, young women, have to prostitute themselves to just have the chance of getting an apartment. Because, first of all, that's how inaccessible apartments right now. And that's how expensive apartments are right now. You cannot survive on one income anymore. That doesn't work anymore. That did work when one party wasn't working. But now, since both parties have to work, because the government wanted more taxes, well, it is what it is.
Divorce laws have changed too. You used to need a really good reason to get divorced, but now it can happen just because someone is not happy.
I'm gonna be honest, straight up. They should bring that back and bring genuine, like, reasons for divorce. I mean, like, physical abuse, stealing, cheating, like, violence in general. Because they're not just physical abuse, but emotional abuse. Like, actual reasons. Not being happy is not a reason to divorce. I think not being happy, you can fix. That is something you can fix. Because marriage is a commitment. You're not going to be happy all the time. That's not how this works. You're not gonna be in love with your partner all the time. There will be days or weeks or a longer period where that love will just glow very faintly. And there will be weeks, months, years where that love will be very strong. If you are unhappy, talk with your partner. Find out what is making you unhappy. Everything has a cause and therefore a solution.
Happy. They even write songs about it. Check this out. I have to mute it for copyright. I'll read it to you. Might be the only guy who didn't send me hearted eyes in reply to my latest story. We work well on paper. We don't argue. We don't fight. But lighting scented candles just won't relight up our fire. And right there she goes, ah. It ain't that bad. It's just not what I wanted. Don't want to live this life half-hearted. Hang on, here it comes. I want fireworks and flames. Don't want safe, tame, practical. That ain't enough. That ain't love. This is...
These motherfuckers do not know what love is. There's a difference in being in love and loving somebody. Loving somebody is a choice. Being in love with somebody is to me is idolization. I idolize them. Loving somebody is a choice. I pick this person to spend my entire life with, no matter what happens. That's how I see love. It's a commitment. I hate this shit. Did you know that being in love is one of the worst indicators of a successful partnership? You know what actually is... Because people say opposites attract, right? That's a fucking lie. It's quite the opposite. The best indicator for a successful relationship is common interests. It's similarities.
The squircle of unconsciousness. It represents how people don't know how relationships work, and so they think the relationship is going to go like this, and then it turns a corner. I think she's at the dissatisfied part. You can't have everything is exciting all the time. Good choices are boring. No relationships are going to be fun the whole time. They're all going to have spots where there's no fire.
They want all the benefits of a relationship, but they don't want the responsibilities of a relationship. And that does not only go for women, that also goes for men. I don't get this. Maybe because I have a stable family around me all the time, so I understand what's important, what isn't. Like I said, I personally don't get it. Like this being all jumpy and switching partners all the time and looking for that flame. Fuck that flame. I've said it before. Smoking faithful is better than smoking hot. And I'll stay by that.
But she don't want safe, tame, practical. That ain't enough. That's not even love. Look how passionate she is about dumping her husband. That's real, I can spot a faker. And she even sings about other men giving her googly eyes on her Instagram stories. So this girl is what I would call an excitement chaser. She starts out her new relationships excited, and over time gets bored when they're not chaotic, and then by the time we notice she's bored, she's already got a new guy lined up, and this has pretty nasty effects on us. So your relationship satisfaction is going to change over time, but your stability is not supposed to. That's what marriage is. That's what it's for. Even when you start feeling like things are not as fun, you have to remember that commitments are what gets you through the swings. I actually have a little theory that this takes about a year. Obviously, we get up and go to sleep with the sun, and women have changes in their hormones and emotions with the moon, and I think that a year is the amount of time that it takes to find somebody and have that strong emotional connection, get pregnant, and have a child. It's about 1 year altogether. And this girl is making a spiritual experience out of a biological process, and she's allowed to end the marriage over it. So it's not that I don't want a partner, it's just that a lot of us don't have what we need to build a partnership, and even if we get it, it could fall apart immediately. She could squircle herself into believing it's not love and have a phone in her pocket with 1,400 horny guys on it.
Yeah, again, I can see where he's coming from, and from the experience of, like, dates I've been on, I agree that this is very spontaneous. When a lady does change her perspective, that's just how it is. I think a lot of that has also to do, and I think that he ignores that fact, is how much like the birth control pill fucks up women's hormones. I do think that does have some influence. We already know that it does have some influence with how women choose partners. And then they don't like their partner once they are off the pill, pretty much. Fun fact here. You can like a guy as a woman. You can like a guy. That's a unique fact I learned. But you can like a guy until the first kiss, and then you there's a chance you don't like the guy. Biologically speaking, it's your what's the word? It's your immune system rejecting the guy's immune system. So you can be perfectly fine, like a guy, find the guy great, but then your immune system says, "Ugh, that doesn't work," which is like a totally normal thing. So not everything is like, "Huh? Why did she switch up on me?" She switched up on you because the immune system said, "Nah, bro, you disgusting." little side fact. But yeah, I think in general he does have a lot of points. He does have a lot of points. It's nothing new that I have seen. It's like more stuff that I pretty much have experienced. But then again, I am not like the regular guy in this. I don't have like I do have even worse issues than this. But that's just me. I'm not the average dude who tries to just find a partner. In a sense. But yeah, that was a good video. A bit, you know, I like the drawings. I think this channel is pretty solid, actually. But yeah. I've been draining myself. I've been speaking a lot. But yeah, there were a lot of good points in this one. I wanna react to. Let's use something more chill. We're gonna make fun. We're gonna make fun. A fat talk thinks the word obese is a slur by Murasaki Jews. It was 3 months ago. So yeah, let's make fun of those people. We all have to agree that the fat acceptance movement has pretty much failed. Because all the people that are fat influencers, a lot of them have already died. And here's my hot take. If it is not a health condition, fix your body. I've said it before, but in a different video, but fix your body. This shit will catch up to you when you're in your late 30s or in your late 40s. It will catch up to you. Try to be healthy, please.
Alright, so our next patient. Oh, hey, Susan. What appears to be the, problem? Hey there, doctor, mate. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. How are you, Susan? Doctor, I'm gonna be honest, mate. Not too great. I feel...
This reminds me of all the... Do you even call them memes? About the like the memes with the Wojak guy sleeping with an overweight like female Wojak. That was a sight for sore eyes. Holy.
feel a lot of chest pain, right? And my knees hurt when I walk. Okay, well, Susan, the problem with that's not all, doctor. I run out of breath really easily, and I just feel tired all the time. Yeah, Susan, I think I might know what the problem you're having is. And every doctor I've gone to about this problem has just been really fat-phobic. Always making comments about my weight and my diet, and it's just really insulting. Susan, I think they might be... No, yeah, I might be a bit plus size, but it's got nothing to do with my health. I don't know why they keep bringing it up. One doctor even called me the slur obese. Excuse my language. Wait, the slur obese? What do you mean slur? God, they're all so bigoted and closed-minded. Doctor, I just want a solution to my problem. Can you help me out, please, mate? Yo, you're joking, right? Hello, ladies.
That's an interesting intro. I like that. Yeah, guys, obese is now a slur. Hey, if obese is a slur, might as well call you fat, right? Might as well go all the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cats and dogs, Starlight and Huey, welcome back to the channel. Or if this just so happens to be your first time here, then I'm not even gonna say it. Okay, you know. And before people go in the comments and say, oh, you sound so different, why do you sound so different? It's because I got braces, I got grills, okay? That's why I low-key have a little bit of a lisp, alright? Some words are still kind of hard to pronounce, but to be fair, most of it is faded by now, but it's still there just by a tiny little bit. And if you say you can't hear a difference, then I'm gonna give you flowers, okay? I'm gonna give you roses and dandelions. I was supposed to take a 2-week break off YouTube so my speech
Will we eventually talk about the stuff that he's talking about and not like... Okay, I think he's about to talk about all the weird stuff.
Make this video. This is just retarded. Now, before I go on and on and on, let me just preface this by saying I don't have a problem when people complain on the internet. Honestly, I don't. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, but there's a difference in complaining about, like, on the internet about something legitimate and complaining about it because you're a fucking idiot.
If someone wants to sit down and complain about something, then honestly, I think that's perfectly fine. Sometimes it's funny, constructive, and actually entertaining. It only becomes a problem when you're crying and whining about something which you yourself can control. It's one thing if I complain about Cocoa Pops tasting like shit because they took the sugar out. I don't know why they did that. But it's different if I'm the CEO of Cocoa Pops complaining about the same thing. Like, do you not see how stupid that would be? You fucking made it, you twat. And similar to that, if you complain about getting made fun of on the internet while you simultaneously act like a retard on the internet.
This shit is fucking weird. Why do you act like a fucking animal? What? Why do you act like an animal?
You're a fucking idiot. I don't feel like I'm breaking new grounds here. This shit should be obvious. In conclusion, don't complain about things which you can solve through your own actions, okay? I thought this would be common sense by now, but clearly the internet has reduced all of our IQs by at least 200. And for some reason, I don't feel like it's gonna get any better anytime soon. But easily one of the dumbest communities on the internet is the fucking body positivity fat on the internet is the fucking body.
She kind of looks like a potato. She kind of looks like a potato. You know? She kind of does. That is... Ugh. How can you be comfortable in this body? How? Tell me. I don't understand.
Positivity, fat liberation, body diversity, plus size, literally every single other word under the sun other than what they actually are.
Fat.
Obese. You are obese, okay?
Me? I'm not obese. What do you mean? The hell? How dare you?
Okay, you're not body liberated, you're not plus size, a fucking large coke.
Hey, at least cannibals will be happy. If you eat this woman, you will probably get some form of diabetes. Some form. They are taking them, they take themselves out and the cannibals.
At KFC as plus size. You're just fucking obese, man. You can call it whatever you want. It is not gonna change that fact. We've been over this several times. And like I've
Bro is farming the fat TikTokers. It is insane.
said in those previous several times, no one cares that you're obese. If you want to sit down and eat pizza and ice cream all day, go ahead, okay? We don't care. People only start making fun of you when you complain.
I care. You are straining, you put a lot of strain on healthcare systems. You are an issue because you cost money. Literally. Here in Germany, you do cost taxpayer money. Because our healthcare is funded by taxpayers. So yeah, if I'm gonna like support your fatness with my money, I'll better be able to criticize you because you're fat.
Complain about being overweight. You can't cry and whine about thin privilege when you sit down and eat enough food to feed a family of 4. These people are so fucking tone deaf it hurts to watch. I've literally...
Adrio! Hey, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Okay, let's dissect this. There is no, okay. There's thin privilege. Well, there's actually no thin privilege, right? Boo his. Oh, wait. So you should be charged. I don't think you should be charged, but my tax money should not be used to support your like somebody's fat ass because they weren't able to control themselves. You're doing good? That's nice to hear. I'm doing fantastic. There is thin privilege. Well, there's actually no thin privilege. Yeah, people who look more attractive will be treated better. That's just a natural thing. You won't be able to change that. But also, when we look at jobs, why would I want to hire somebody that has a greater risk of getting sick that I have to pay later because they aren't working? Because they get sick easier. At the end of the day, it's just companies are not like fat phobic. Companies just focus on one thing, and that's money. And you are at risk to making money. Sonic should be evil. Sonic isn't evil, but the people making Sonic are evil, apparently. Sonic Generations X Shadow has been censored heavily. I meant medical bills. Pretty much, they should pay their own medical bills. You caused this, you will pay it.
Actually seen some accounts on TikTok where they'll go, oh my god, my jeans won't fit, they need to make bigger jeans, and then they'll simultaneously post what I eat in a day, and it's the worst food ever. Like, the solution to your problem is right there. It's on your account, you fucking wanker. But the worst thing these people do is that they'll genuinely convince themselves that there's nothing wrong with being obese. Do I even need to go over why that just doesn't make any sense? I've done it before, so I don't think I need to, but I will say that looking like this will and is going to kill you. And
it's sad, but at this point, it's just natural selection.
It is 100% gonna cause you health issues down the line. Like heart problems, kidney problems, joint problems, bone problems. Do I even need to go on? I mean, that short list is bad enough, but the full one is pretty fucking bad. Now, I'm not saying that people who aren't fat don't have these problems, but I am saying that if you are fat, you are much more likely to have these problems. That's not me being fatphobic, that's me using what they taught me back in primary school.
Fatphobic does not exist. It's a buzzword. There is no such thing as fatphobia. There never was anything such as fatphobia. Does not exist.
School. Children know this. Most people know this. Even you fat people know this. That's why they love the delusion of fat just being a body type. To which it's not. It comes with many different issues, but alright. They go as far as to call people fat phobes, which is a
Yeah, remember body positivity movement? Pretty much going after like formerly overweight like celebrities because they felt betrayed, which is interesting to see because now they realize that they are overweight because of some arbitrary reason that they can't control. And I'm not saying that like if you're overweight and it's like a health condition, that's a different thing with thing. In comparison to if you're overweight because you can't control yourself.
pretty rational fear, if I'm being honest. No one in their right mind would want to look like this.
I don't even think she can wash herself at this point. Or dress herself. Gymshark did it. I don't even think she can wipe her ass herself.
This absolutely fucking no one. It's just in recent times there's been a really weird push into glorifying this stuff. The silly health it all size, my body is beautiful dog shit that no one actually believes has for some reason become a main statement in today's modern media, and it just keeps getting worse. Here we have the word obese trending on Twitter or X or whatever the fuck people call it nowadays. I don't care. Now to everyone who
Twitter. I will continue to call it Twitter. Now, why did you stop at that? If I have to see it, so do you.
Who actually enjoys their life and doesn't use Twitter, you're probably wondering, why was the word obese trending? Well, now the word obese, the medical term obese, is considered a slur. Yes. A slur. The word should now be censored and treated like the N-word. Honestly.
Really? That is weird to you? We have people out there who censor the word men. What do you mean this is weird?
I couldn't make this up even if I tried. Even though I have zero expectations of anyone on the internet, I'm still somehow disappointed.
I can always identify someone who doesn't have a great grasp on history if they see medicalization as a stamp of inherent virtue. This comes up a lot when I talk about how the word obese is a slur. At least one person will always pop their head out of the ground to say, obese is a medical term.
Obese is a medical term. I was eating. I guess I changed that. Put away the fries!
But it quite literally is. It says it right here. It's a medical condition that people can get diagnosed with.
As if that somehow makes it better.
No, that would just not make it a slur. It would make it a medical condition.
You know what else used to be a medical term? Like a lot of bad shit we don't say anymore. Because we realized it was stigmatizing as fuck and it actively harmed people.
You know what?
And she did not give any example. She did not give any example of what it is, of any of those terms.
What else actively harms people? Obesity. You fucking twat. And unlike words, obesity actually harms people on a biological level. And even if you call it something else like round or big-bodied or morbidly
Big-bodied. I'm not fat, I have big bones.
obtuse, it's not gonna change the fucking issue. Because it's not a derogatory term, it's a health problem. People are still gonna suffer from obesity whether you call it obesity or not. My god, I never thought I'd ever have to explain that.
Science and language are both constantly evolving and updating. The medical establishment is not exempt from this. If anything, it's actually a particularly strong example of how this happens. We don't need to look too far back into history at all to see how medical terminology and practices change.
Yeah, well, that's due to a little known fact called technology. The reason why medical practices change is due to technological advances. Back in the day, they didn't have technology to pinpoint each medical issue. But now, we do. And with that knowledge, we can tell that being morbidly obese is not good for you.
For example, homosexuality is no longer diagnosed as a mental illness. Female hysteria is not something that's diagnosed anymore.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, we don't call it female hysteria now. We call it having a woman moment. Now tell me, when people were oppressed using obese, also skill issues. If it's not a medical condition, it is a skill issue.
Psychological thought processes which don't inherently kill you. You know, guys, I think I'm starting to see the relation between that and having plaque literally cover your organs. Yeah, they're definitely...
You wanna sleep? Then sleep, dear! Sleep! You're tired.
The same thing.
Cocaine and heroin are no longer prescribed as anesthetics or cough suppressants. Lysol cleaning spray is no longer used as a douche. We don't perform ice pick lobotomies anymore. And doctors no longer advocate.
Well, we should bring back lobotomies. We're doing society a public service.
For the health benefits of smoking cigarettes. Oops.
You know, it's almost like there's a way for doctors to tell if there's something biologically harmful to you. I wonder if they can still do that. Oh well, I guess not. Is her argument here that science is just outdated and that there's nothing unhealthy about being overweight? Because if that's the case, then she'd be wrong. The same way that we know smoking cigarettes is bad is the same way that we know overeating is bad. You'd expect a fully grown adult to know this.
More importantly, when a marginalized group tells you that a word or practice...
She called being fat being part of a marginalized group? What are these idiots? Do you want your own flag as well? What is that gonna be? A bunch of colors with a burger in the middle?
practice harms them, you can just go ahead and believe them.
Oh god, I love alcohol. I love me some alcohol. Listen, buddy, I'm glad to have you at the bar and all, but I think you've had too much. I think you might be an alcoholic. Hey, you can't say that word. That word is a slur. I don't appreciate that word. That word is very harmful. Listen, I'm sorry, man. I know the word alcoholic might be harsh, but this is your 13th drink. I think you might have had too many. No, I fucking haven't. You know what? I'm sick and tired of people using that derogatory term against me. I don't think you understand just how harmful that word is to me. So pour me another fucking pint or else I'm gonna put my boot up your bollocks. Dude, you're an alcoholic. It doesn't matter what word I...
It would be... I would laugh if it wasn't true that people argue this way. That's the problem. I would laugh if I didn't know that people do argue this way.
I use here, the problem is this guy drinks too fucking much. I don't understand how people can argue against this. My point here is you can call it whatever you want, it's not gonna change the fact that obesity is an underlying medical condition. And if you view that as offensive, well then that kinda contradicts your entire fat liberation argument. I thought it was okay to be morbidly obese. Why is it now all of a sudden a word that shouldn't be said?
Just a reminder that I am very fat and very sexy, and I am 100% glorifying obesity.
She probably can hide an atomic bomb under this one. Or like some weapon. She's probably hiding food. in her I don't know the word, but she's probably hiding food in there.
Oh my god. She just said the O word. Twitter, cancel her. No, but seriously, what are the rules here? Is it bad? Is it good? Is it a word that no one should ever say? Because if so, then I have a few replacement suggestions. Fat Talk, feel free to...
Salad Dodgers, bloated Bowsers, Wally people, Burger Buddy, Chunky Monkeys. Jesus Christ.
Contact me.
Walking lasagna. Oh my god. I will keep these. I will screenshot this right now. Let me. I've screenshotted it. How can you say you're hot when you're fat? But my eyes don't lie. Look at these! These are amazing! I've screenshotted these. I will use them! Fucking Burger Body, this is insane, dude. Salad Dodgers is also wild. These are amazing! Wow!
But this all just feels like they're just ignoring their health. Like one big everyone close your ears and go la 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 la, I don't want to hear the obese word. To which... Okay, fine, but that's not gonna change the fact that
Oh my God.
you are obese. Oh, sorry, I meant you're plus-sized. And so is the plaque in your arteries. Good luck with heart disease.
Obesity is a noun, and it doesn't describe how large something is.
Well, actually, the word obese is an adjective, and is a word used to describe a large human being. So, no, you're wrong.
Quick point, the word obesity, not obese, is a noun, but in this context, she was very clearly referring to the adjective's definition with the use of the word. McDonald's invaders!
We don't say that that house is
Also, was Kirby just getting cooked? Poor Kirby!
obese.
The word obese is used to describe people, genius.
Monkey!
The term obesity comes with judgment. Not a judgment of the size of that person, but of how they became large.
What are you talking about? By definition, it literally is used to describe how large someone is. At this point, you're just throwing in random shit in to make it sound like you know what you're talking about. The word obese is a chronic disease.
Because it does! Because it does tell me something about your character! It tells me, potentially, that you... It tells me that you potentially are lazy. It tells me that you have no self-control. It may tell me that you have bad eating habits.
Disease that impairs health, okay? You can try and shift the definition all you want, saying all this fucking judgment bullshit, but it's not gonna change the fact that being obese is bad for you. It's not neutral, it's fucking bad for you.
Word comes from Latin, meaning to overeat, which puts the blame on the larger person.
Where else is the blame supposed to go? Me? Is it my fault that you can't go outside without a fucking scooter? Or is it your fault because you refuse to eat a salad once in a while?
As if food carries moral value. It doesn't, and we should stop using this word.
Well, obviously it doesn't hold moral value, it's just food. The food itself isn't the problem here. The problem is when you eat 3,000 to 4,000 calories of it every day. You can change the word all you want, the problem is still gonna...
Look at him. Look at him and laugh. Nah, did I ruin everybody's appetite now? Did I? Look at those moobs! Man boobs! Moobs! And those pretty crispy love handles.
Gonna be there, you fucking idiot. I don't like that word, can we change it? Mate, the word's not the fucking problem. The problem is that your internal organs probably look like Indian street food. You're the size of...
What is that comparison, dude? Oh my god. This is amazing.
3 people, and most of you can't even sit down in a chair. You want to change the word to round, you want it to be plus size, you want it to be fucking morbid. It doesn't make a difference because the health problems that obesity cause are still gonna be there. Oh god, these people are so brain dead.
Why is it offensive to call someone fat who is fat?
Hello, certified fat person here.
Ah, god, you know, at this point, I can just tell what kind of response
What do you mean certified? Do you have a paper which says this person is fat?
I'm gonna get just from looking at them. I don't even like using this word, but this is literally the Karen haircut. Okay, well, let's hear this one out.
And I'm more than happy to answer your question if you really do want an answer, which I'm not so sure you do.
Ah, just get on with it.
To start, I refer to myself as fat, and I don't care if other people refer to me as fat, and that's because I don't see the word fat as a bad word. Even if someone tries to
Demonetize the video you are watching? Okay. Not like I'm getting money anyways.
insult me by saying you're fat, my response is yes and.
I mean, yeah, she's not wrong. It's not a bad word. It's just a pretty bad health condition. And also, if that's the case, then why the fuck does everyone get so upset about the word obese? Is it because obese sounds worse than fat? I mean, it does, but they both lead to the same conclusion. Heart disease.
It took a lot of work to get to this point, and that's because, like many other words in our language, the word fat has a dark history where it has been used to belittle, insult, and dehumanize.
But for the most part, to educate, because being fat is not a good thing. It's not a fucking body type like in a video game. No, it actually has consequences in real life. The way you talk about being fat is like it's like being short or having a big nose or having big lips or some shit like that. Those are inherent.
He a hater? Nah. He's speaking the truth.
Characteristics which you can't change. You are just literally killing yourself.
So for a lot of people, it's very difficult to shake this history when they hear the word fat.
Because it's an inherently bad thing. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, bone and joint issues, digestion issues. Do I even need to go on?
And if you want the word fat to be used in the same way as skinny, thin, fit, then you need to use it in a way that's not derogatory, which quite frankly, you did not do in your video.
Skinny can also be used in a derogatory way. The fuck you mean? Why do I have to share the planet with these people?
So if someone you deem fat prefers to refer to their body as curvy or plus size, they have every reason in the world to do so, and you need to respect it. Thanks.
What difference does it make? Listen, mate, if you'd rather be called plus size, then yeah, whatever, sure, fine. The problems you get from obesity are still gonna be there. How many times do I need to say the same thing before it drills into your abnormally large head? Whether you call it obese or not, it's still gonna be not good. But
Why did she stick her tongue out? Why did she stick her tongue out, bro? Nobody needed that.
I guess this rational use of logic can't be expected from Fat Talk. I mean, they all collectively thought it was a good idea to call themselves Fat Talk, for fuck's sake. But another app that rational thought process can't be given to is Twitter. Obviously. I feel like anyone familiar with Twitter could have probably guessed that at this point. No one uses their brains on there. People even found a way to find political discourse in a McDonald's advert. The people of Twitter...
Yeah, remember that? This is right-wing... By the way, let's go back. Let's go back a little.
Uses their brains on there.
Let's go back a little.
Found a way to find political discourse in a McDonald's...
This is right-wing propaganda, guys! A family! Right-wing propaganda. Be warned.
Advert. The people of Twitter even got mad at PewDiePie for being a happy, loving father. This app is actually hell. Like, actually fucking hell. I refuse to believe that anyone who uses this app is happy in real life. But of course, if they can make big issues out of literally nothing, I don't see how any of these are controversial by any means. But you wouldn't believe the fucking uproar when it comes to the word obese. Now I look at dumb...
Again, having a family is right-wing propaganda.
people all day. I look at silly people all day. And even I've got to put my hands up and say, these are some of the dumbest fucking retards on earth. Fat talk is one thing, but Twitter is another fucking planet, man. Babe, obesity is a medical slur. Love your body. If you want to exercise and eat healthier, that's great. But don't be scammed and bullied into making yourself smaller. There is nothing wrong with being fat. Well, I fucking...
There's everything wrong with being fat. Except when it's a medical condition, but I've said that a couple of times. There's everything wrong with being overweight. Again, this shit will catch up to you, and it will harm you.
Beg to differ. This shit kills people, you know. But I guess my main question here is, how is weight loss a scam? I mean, yeah, sure, there are... I fucking beg to differ. This shit...
She looks like she has literal drumsticks as legs. What is this? How can you walk around like this? How? How much do you have to hate yourself?
Kills people, you know. But I guess my main question here is, how is weight loss a scam? I mean, yeah, sure, there are some shady weight loss practices, but for the most part, the weight loss journey itself is always a good thing. It's good for your heart, joints, mobility, overall health. You get to live longer. You actually get to sit down in chairs and you don't have to worry about a weight capacity. And you can actually walk without having to waddle around like a fucking penguin. This isn't bullying, this is just facts. Oh wait, sorry. Sorry about that. I forgot I wasn't supposed to use rational thinking when talking to someone who uses Twitter. My apologies. When you see the fat-phobic slur obesity, replace the word in your mind with fat people or fat children. And then see how the headline or proposal reads. Oh god. Anything you propose to do about the fat-phobic slur obesity is something you're proposing to do to fat people. And the reason why the word is a slur is because it makes you forget that fat people...
Fat in name, rainbow flag in name. We know what this kind of person looks like.
People are people. Okay, no, mate. No. Whenever someone makes the statement that they want to get rid of obesity, they're talking about the illness obesity. They want to get rid of what these people have and not the people. Because they will live a lot shorter lives if they don't get rid of it. Obesity...
I want to get rid of obesity. You mean the illness, right? Right? No, I mean the people themselves. What is that argument?
It isn't a group of people, it's a health condition. Whenever someone says I want to get rid of cancer, they're not saying they want to kill everyone with cancer. They're saying they want to get rid of the illness, you idiot. Don't even try and defend the fat-phobic slur obesity by saying it's a medical term. It's a medical slur. Is that even a thing? Is a medical slur even real? It's either you have the condition or you don't. I don't see how that can be derogatory. It's the word doctors use to deny fat people medical care. Yeah, we know it's used in medicine, causing they're using it to kill.
Yeah, we know it's used in medicine, causing they're using it to kill us. These people are retarded. It is insane how retarded you can be. What the fuck do you mean? Doctors aren't killing you. Maybe they do for some shady reason, but that's not the point.
Us. What? You know what? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Whenever a doctor gives a fat person health advice, they are just denying them healthcare. Yep, you're right. I hate the term so much. It's so dehumanizing. I felt like a fucking specimen when I read the note my doctor wrote for me in order to get reasonable accommodations at work. You know, just getting a little bit silly here. You can do things in your life. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they could possibly be. There are some things out there which can help you lose weight, okay? I don't know what they could possibly be. But they are out there, so if you don't like being obese, then you could maybe give it a try. Just an idea. The term obese is a slur. Violent, dehumanizing, it's anti-black. Well, as a colored crayon myself,
Are you arguing that being fat is black culture? What?
I don't see how. How can a biological health condition be racist? I am losing faith in our species. Hey skinnies, the word obesity is a fat-phobic slur. Stop interacting with posts that use it as a way to combat fatness. I fucking hate y'all for that shit. If you're not fat, stay out of fat people's business.
Glorifies fatness. Has the flag in not in bio but in profile picture. We know what this person looks like.
And if you disagree, literally block me. Okay, well you're gonna fucking die. See you later, bro. Calm down, calm down, calm down. It's a joke. It's a joke. Kind of. The term obese is a slur because it is used to dehumanize and harass us. It's not because our feelings are hurt by an accurate description. Well, it is, because I don't see how it could be anything else. It is an outdated term that does more harm than good, and as such, it should be eradicated. That's it. I've said it many times before and I'll say it again. Just because you get rid of the word doesn't mean you get rid of what it actually is. The causes and effects.
Fine, let's change the term. From now on, I'm gonna call these people Snorlax-bodied. What are you gonna do about it?
Of obesity are still gonna be a thing whether you call it obesity or not. How hard is this to understand? It's almost like education is illegal wherever you people are from. My god. Mercedes claims that obesity is a slur used to exact violence on fat people, particularly black, disabled, trans, poor fat people.
Is being fat now also exclusively for trans people?
Oh god, I'm starting to genuinely feel my brain melt at some of this bullshit. What are you talking about? Honestly, what are you talking about? A medical term used to diagnose people is now claimed to be violent. This can't be real life. They want to be victims so badly. It's so fucking cringe. You'll never see any.
Remember the South Park episode that was called The End of Obesity? I remember that one. That one was interesting to see.
Anyone defend anorexia or chain smoking like this. So why do they do it for obesity? God, this is so fucking weird. Now, I'm not gonna claim to be a medical professional by any means, because I'm really not. I only studied anatomy, physiology, and nutrition for around a year in college, right? But even with the little amounts of information I have on the subject, I still have more than enough knowledge to claim that being morbidly obese is not a good thing. It's not like a neutral body type like in a video game which has no impact on your gameplay. No, it's not like that. It's a serious medical condition and is terrible for your health. You don't even need to study anything to understand that. I feel like most people can tell what a healthy body looks like compared to an unhealthy one. As long as you have more than 2 lines on your...
God, I hate my stretch marks. Some of them are because I was fat, and some of them are because of working out. Now, I don't know which one is which.
brain, then you should be able to know this. And yet, we have these people. But not only has this ideology seeped itself onto TikTok and Twitter, but it's also seeped itself into actual medical professionals. Honestly, I wish I was joking.
If you are obese, please don't ever let a doctor or a healthcare provider tell you that you need to lose weight before they investigate further a symptom that you're having.
You have to be just a guy in a costume, okay? There is no way you have a medical license. Oh my days, how dare a medical healthcare provider provide medical...
I mean, sure. There could be something else wrong with your body, sure. But at the same time, at least try to lose weight.
Medical healthcare? That's just ridiculous. If you are clinically diagnosed with obesity, then you should lose the weight. If a medical professional tells you to do so, then you should probably do so. A reliable medical professional who actually uses biology, not this bellend.
If they want to delay getting a lab or getting imaging or having you see a specialist, if they want to delay that because they say you need to lose weight first, you need to push back on that person, or you need to find someone else.
Why? If you're obese and you're suffering from symptoms and you decide to lose the weight, there is a high possibility that those symptoms can lessen down, making treatment a lot easier for everyone involved. Any doctor in their right state of mind would understand this.
Because Your health problems are not just blamed on your obesity or the amount of fat tissue that you have.
Yeah, you graduated on Roblox, bro. There is no fucking way
That's an interesting insult. I'm gonna use that one as well. You graduated on Roblox. That is great. That is amazing.
you have a master's degree. This may be news to you, doctor, but being fat itself is a health issue and will be the cause of 99% of the problems these people have. You'd like to believe a doctor would know this.
You are allowed to have other health problems as well, and you deserve the respect and dignity of investigating those other symptoms as well.
Yeah, but what about the main symptom that is visible? Are you serious? If this person walks into your office and says, oh...
Man. Okay, what the fuck? Truly, what the fuck?
Doc, my joints hurt. Are you gonna say, oh, let me go investigate that further? No. Idiot. The problem is pretty obvious. It doesn't need much
What the hell? She's so weak, she doesn't even get through this anymore. I wonder how they got her through that. I really do. I really do.
investigation. You'd like to believe a medical professional would understand this, but clearly not. Jeez, man. Us evolving backwards really was an understatement. We've got people genuinely walking around thinking that there's absolutely nothing wrong with being morbidly obese. And there's even people thinking we shouldn't even say the word obese, whilst also simultaneously thinking that there's nothing wrong with being obese. But if that's the case, then why shouldn't we be able to say it? I mean, is it a slur? Is it liberating? Is it fat phobic? I don't even fucking know anymore. Every time I try and understand this stuff, I just get a headache. But there you have it. Modern society. Calling people who are objectively unhealthy.
Man, we really live on Earth 2. How the hell can a doctor say that? How can someone study for years about health and not have any brain cells? The message! The agenda! Whatever you want to call it. Everything has to be political correct, no matter how outlandish or ridiculous it may sound. That's the harsh truth. Also, a lot of these doctors, for example, here in Germany, they have started lowering requirements to even be a doctor. That is probably also the case in the United States, I assume. Yeah.
The unhealthy is now derogatory, and the word obesity should now be censored, but at the same time should be liberated and celebrated, and I give up. Every time I come back to this plus size agenda, it just makes less and less sense. But anyways, guys, this is in fact the end of
these people pull up on beaches. Whale hunters will have a field day.
The video, and if you liked, please leave a like, and if you didn't, then feel free to degrade me in the comments. I hope my braces and newfound speech didn't affect the video too much, but if it did, then sorry about that. I'm still in my adapting phase, so I'm not fully normal just yet. But like I said earlier, I had to make this video. There was no way I was ignoring this. But yeah, hopefully next video I don't sound like fucking Timmy Turner. But with all that said, all my links and socials are in the description. Feel free to follow me.
Okay, that was a good video. That was way funnier than I anticipated. Because of like the Sonic gameplay, but never judge a book by its cover, I guess. Yeah, these people are ridiculous. These people that glorify this, they will all die very early. Which is unfortunate, because they had the means to change it, but at this point it's natural selection. And they are adults, they have to know what they're doing. And when death is what they choose, then let them do it. Let them do it. Anyways, where's my water bottle? There it is. There it is. Okay. I need to cleanse my eyes, and I'm gonna cleanse my eyes with VTuber drama. I didn't have that often here, We have it again. VTuber drama. Let's get into it. Toxic female VTubers. Cheating scandal. VTuber? By Officer Arundel. Like the video, because he usually makes pretty good videos. And yeah, let's get into this. Another complete 180 to what the topic is, but let's go.
Like, it takes two to tango. It's not just one person to be blamed in this. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's something from back then. It was something.
Now, I don't know much about this situation aside that this bitch cheated and that she dropped multiple people dropped the dock on her, and she dropped the dock back, which was pretty much useless.
Back then, and it took them 2 years to come up with a tweet long. So, Mom, I made it to the news.
She didn't even take this serious. She did not take this serious even one bit. Of course she's French. For some odd reason, French people have a pretty high chance of cheating. I don't know what is going on over there. If you're French, can you explain that to me?
Welcome back, my delinquents. Today we have a more serious topic, an abuse topic, specifically manipulation and sexual abuse from a VTuber called Deathbloom. We had a document dropped about them abusing/manipulating multiple male VTubers, at the same time as cheating on their long-term boyfriend, which turned into a disastrous stream of them downplaying this and then dropping their own document, air quotes, with the victim's nudes still attached to it, which is a bit...
I think you can get her ass for that, by the way. I think you can get her ass, by the way. Thankfully, I didn't read this document. I just heard that there were nudes, so I didn't see those, thankfully. However, others who were covering that doc, as far as I have heard, did see the nudes when they were originally there.
It, at the very least, illegal, among many other things. I really wanted to take my time with this story as it is more serious of a topic, but also, as a lot of people point out, the victims are male and it's important to show the same respect to all victims and their chance to be heard.
That doesn't happen. That does not happen. Because I'm gonna say it. The VTubing community certainly has a problem with misandry. When a male VTuber does anything disgusting, he's cancelled. If a chick does anything disgusting, they just can either they quit for a while and then return, or they just stop being a VTuber and continue otherwise in other forms. Bunny GIF wants to return to the VTubing space. Dove wants to return to the VTubing space, or has already. Nobody fucking cares when it's a woman.
Anyone wants to say anything about men or young boys not being able to get abused, air quotes or whatever, I just want to say, shut the fuck up, you assholes. Okay? Like, shut the hell up. Abuse...
I have a harder word for those people. I can't say it, but I think you already know.
It has no gender, guys. It can happen to anyone. And I'll keep the same standards no matter who it is. Now back to the story. You don't have to take my word for it. Let's get into the story so you can tell what happened. So this situation really pops up with Killer Soul releasing a document about information from... It starts 2 years ago, but I think it goes up to around 2023 from reading it, about the Deathbloom allegations and other victims. And then that turns into their VOD, which will...
Maybe I should actually move myself over. Yeah, she's gonna be in the same corner as I am. Wait a minute! Let me move myself over. And shorten myself. I'm a short man now. I'm a midget.
We will go over their stream where they talk about the allegations, which goes very poorly as we saw at the beginning of the video. And then turns into them writing a document because obviously that went terribly in the
Her model said, nah, I'm good. She has the same issue as I have.
even more backlash. But let's start with this document. This has been in the making for 2 years. Death Blooms must be held accountable for her actions. This is mine's and other experience with her. Okay, we're going to start off with the introduction, and then we'll just like...
Bright!
My name is KillerSoulVT. You might not know who I am, but I hope this doesn't make you discount the things I'm about to share with you about the VTuber known as Death Blooms. This has been a document that I've been putting off making for a very, very long time. I initially did not want to make a statement about my negative experience with her, as I felt like it was a personal drama that I had to deal with on my own and would rather keep to myself, so I could move on. I document off due to fear of me potentially being harassed by members of her community.
Never. When somebody does anything shitty to you, and they are a shitty person, and they are a public person, blast these motherfuckers on the internet. If they do a crime, if they do commit a crime, get the police involved. Because there was a situation where I reacted where somebody argued that the person doing something evil got what they deserved, and the police shouldn't be involved when grooming a minor. The problem with that idea is that if the police does not get involved, and you let them get scot-free legally, then you are at fault if they groom another person. That isn't your fault, the original victims. I don't care, I will blame that on you, because you did not go to the police. You did not report this.
However, with the recent knowledge I have gathered over the course of the past 2 years, I have no choice, as now I am not the only victim. AKA, they're coming out because there's multiple people with complaints about Death Blooms, and they want everyone to kind of know so they can avoid her at the very least. And they, again, and I would like to reiterate this too, don't harass people, don't do a witch hunt. This is information so other VTubers and other creators and other viewers can know what's happening and they can avoid people like this at the very least. On to the allegations. Death Bloom has used multiple male
I usually don't say that. If you want to beat somebody's ass, do it. I don't care. At this point, it's a free-for-all.
VTubers, including myself, in order to cheat on their potentially former partner. So they had a former partner, there's multiple men that they cheated with, and they...
So it was not just one. It was multiple men. Okay.
Death Bloom seemed to be manipulating them, lying to them, emotional abuse stuff, but the sexual abuse, I think I can say sexual on YouTube. The sexual abuse seems to be unsolicited nudes and like asking for nudes and peer pressuring into sexual activities. So
I know that a lot of men have experienced sexual abuse at one point in their life. Most men just don't consider it sexual abuse. Or SA, because there's a stigma around that men cannot experience that, and that will stay that way. And it does not necessarily come from other men, that stigma.
those are like kind of separated there so you don't get confused, because I saw a lot of people confused thinking, but just lying to you isn't sexual abuse, and that's not what they're referring to. They're referring to, you know, the solicitation of nudes and sending nudes without permission or without asking, because guys, you are not supposed to send nudes unless someone asks for them. That's technically an assault. So don't do that. Don't send nudes to people unless they ask for them. Okay?
I've also received nudes before, and I did not ask for them, and I immediately blocked that woman. I don't care.
It's pretty simple, black and white on that one. During our flirting interactions, never once gave me an indication she was poly or any form of non-monogamous. My experience. How do I know this? Back when Death Bloom...
Poly is just an excuse so you can cheat. I'm gonna say it. I think, again, you can do what you want. I won't stop you. But I find having multiple partners. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Very simple.
And I periodically been very flirty and intimate online with each other. She was allegedly living with a roommate, air quotes. I was led to believe she had dated for only 2 months. I was led on constantly by her as she kept insisting she wanted to date me and leave her bad relationship for me, but kept me at arm's length at the time. I started to get suspicious, so I had a friend look into her and try to see if my suspicions were confirmed. My friend ended up having a call with Blooms where they found out that she'd been dating her partner for almost 3 years. Okay, so we do want to say...
That is 3 years down the drain. That man will never get those 3 years back. Absolutely fucking disgusting.
I'm going to separate it into two lots, you know, the abuse and manipulation per se, because I know a lot of people get like wishy-washy when it's manipulation. I would say at the very least, let's not downplay this. This is scummy. Anyone who lies to someone to get sexual gratification or romantic stuff, scummy at the very least, and is manipulating someone and is, like a lot of people say, kind of emotionally abusive. Because you're kind of misleading people and, you know, destroying them emotionally. So... But let's go into the message.
It is emotionally abusive because you are misleading somebody in making them have feelings for you, having hopes of a relationship that you will never get. So it is emotional abuse. You are abusing somebody emotionally to get something out of them. You're using them.
Yeah, that's why I've been confused and conflicted. Plus, she told me they were only dating for 2 months. What? She told me they have been dating 3 years. He's half German. They are visiting his family in Germany. Definitely sounds like a unhappy relationship. This is something that really peeves me off with a lot of cheaters, is that they always like, I'm in such an unhappy relationship, but no.
Yeah, that's the argument they usually go for. I'm unhappy, so I must cheat. Should we make the argument that if you cheat, you cheated, so I can punch you in the face? We should allow that nowadays. You get one free good punch in the face. I don't care. Just one free, man or woman, I don't care. You get one good punch in the face. Free. If your partner cheats.
They just want you to feel sorry for them. A lot of the time, there is like nothing wrong with the relationship, except, you know, when there's abuse. But usually it's just better to leave, as everyone agrees, no matter the situation, it's better to leave than cheat. Yeah, there can be reasons, but it is usually just better to leave. Afterwards, my friends would inquire with another person to gather more context, and they would come to find out this person was another victim of hers. Talking to right now, he and Blooms are apparently flirty about 8 months ago and talked about dating, but never actually dated, and he dislikes her a lot too. And this is going to go into something here, dislikes her a lot too. Death Bloom's one of the defenses in the VOD is that a lot of people hate her for no reason. And I'm not saying that's a definite red flag if someone's like, a lot of people hate me for no reason. Yeah, guys, there's usually a reason. Because some people can hate you because of misunderstandings, or you came across each other at bad times. But when you're like, a lot of people hate me for no reason, it just also screams a lack of accountability for, like, those situations.
A lot of VTubers hate me. And I don't fucking care.
Many attempts. She sent me this last message on Discord. Killer. I don't know what I did to you that you're ghosting me. I'm sorry if I've hurt you, but I wish you well and good luck with your donathon. Goodbye. Goodbye. This was one of the worst experiences of my entire VTuber career and left me genuinely sad to interact with other streamers. I genuinely liked her at the time and thought that we could have a relationship. While that might have been naive, I feel valid in faulting her for purposely leading me on in order to stroke her own ego. It took a lot of effort from friends to help me get back to a place where I feel comfortable getting close to others again. This is completely understandable. Like, the first time, especially like online or in certain social situations where you're misled and manipulated.
After my cheating story, I still can't get really close to people. And it's not just like another potential girlfriend, right? It's like, if the person I love the most can do this to me, what are others that I'm not close with willing to do to me? Like I said, this also strained my relationship with my family. Certainly.
it can really like shake your foundation of what you think is a straightforward thing. Find someone you like, they like you back. Romance, but instead there's lie, manipulation, and it's completely fine for that first experience, or even your second or third, to really like shake up how you view the world. Because realistically, every little trauma you have like this does change you as a person. And it's understandable that they feel like this. Anonymous source has shared with me several victims of blasphemies have all agreed to remain anonymous for the sake of this document, and therefore have been censored. Even if you can figure out who these people are, I encourage you not to contact or spread their names around. These screenshots reveal a history of sexual manipulative behavior and unprofessionalism. They also indicate several instances where Death Blooms has cheated on her partner or has led people to believe she has no partner. Internet cheating tale as old as time. Unfortunately, stay safe, my brothers. First off, let me introduce you to Death Bloom's partner, not the dates as well. These posts are all made on public Instagram account that own and link to Death Bloom's other social media accounts. It takes surprisingly little effort.
Like I said, if you cheat, I will come after you. Nope, you will not be safe anywhere. Nobody is saving you. I will tarnish your reputation into growth. I will not physically hurt you, but I will everybody tell you that you are a cheater, and I will post it everywhere. You're not getting away scot-free.
Effort to find. Seeing Death Bloom himself has put these around. I will keep these informations, but when we look at Death Bloom's one where they leak people's nudes, I will censor that. Just because even though you can find it, I would prefer not to be another source to accidentally find images they don't want out there. Let's leave it to them. Let's keep it private. So here is their partner, here is Death Bloom. This is Darcian, the mage, Death Bloom's partner of 4 years. Again, all of this public on her Instagram, but I decided to censor the name as a safety measure. On top of that, Darcian has made appearance on Death Bloom's stream before, so his name is not entirely unknown. Yep, as we will see in a bit, we will see him on her stream. He's even been in Facecam stream in 2021 dressed up as Lady Demisture. I can't say that, Demisture. But you know who that is.
Demitrisk, I think.
Incredibly active. Bloom still posts here from time to time. Latest posts were made in August 2024 and have been liked by Darcina, indicating that they are still together. But even if they are not, the dates show that they have been dating during the time she's been leading on other people. Now on to the victims.
Hot take. Hot take. Hot take. Prepare. Hot take. Once you are dating a person, in my opinion, once you are seeing a person, at least how I do it, I am exclusive to that person. I'm not contacting another woman on the side. I'm not talking to another woman. I am exclusive. I am. I have a reservation tag on my forehead, pretty much, is what I'm trying to say.
Anonymous victim 1. This is probably the most important one, as Bloom has specifically expressed to this person that she would leave her partner for him.
And I think that should be a common thing. However, I know it isn't, because men and women nowadays are juggling, like, people, like 4 or 5 people at the same time, and I'm like, you fucking retards! How can you get to know one person if you were trying to get like if you're talking to like 4 other people? It is so weird.
Evidence was gathered in October 2023, but this person time with Death Blooms happened in May 2023. We got some messages here of okay. You know how I hate reading messages. This is gonna be rough. Death Blooms, me, shorty, chubby me. I don't know what that means. Hun, I'm always be around. I'm yours. Yes, shorty, little you. Shorty, little you, I'm assuming. I know we will always be close, but you...
Isn't that a regular take? Not where I'm from. Not where I'm from. Here in Germany, it isn't. It is not a regular take. And I think in the United States, it also is not a regular take.
You are still unsure, that worries me. No, nearly as much as my house or moving, but it piles up, or the fact that my fucking car just died. I'm sure it's the batteries. Maybe. We're fine. We're just gonna be fine. I also want your toy to be here. I'm so stressed I have not been horny at all, because of my head
Dude, fuck off. I did not need to hear that.
Still hurts. Alright, I want to ask for smexy time then. So, at the very least, I guess this kind of shows that she is, like, doing sexual activities online with these guys. I wish I could just instantly leave everything behind and be there. I do want you in my life, so I can't, though. And that is what you need to figure out, what you want. For now, I can't, because I need time. How you want to be. So take that time. Use your mind. Okay? I think I get the gist of that one. Sorry. I will ask for a lot.
Zip it!
I thought I was bad at texting. Find what you want, and once you are done with all that, I will be here waiting as a friend, like I said before. If you don't mind, asking, make it quick, I need to lay down. Alright, if I break things up, are you sure you want us? It is up in the air. You figure out if you want to break up first. Don't think about me. You need to handle your boy first and foremost. Don't use me as a tool to break it off with him. I'm not using
I'm not using you. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one.
you. Take the time to understand what you want. Really think on it. Please listen to me. I have feeling for you, and it's genuine. It's a big step for me to leave everything behind, my apartment, my family, my country. Are you sure you want us? I do what's done with this month. Okay, I can't read that one. This is a thing, like, is pretty wise. If someone has a partner and they want to leave their partner for you, no, because it puts a lot of pressure on there, and you never know if they really want to leave. So you should only leave someone.
I don't know, in my opinion, you can kind of see who is and who isn't faithful. People don't randomly just switch up personalities. That is if... like, I would say that some people are very good at hiding that. And I think women are more so easy... women have it's more so easy to hide it than dudes. Because they're just smarter when it comes to that. How do I put this? I'm thinking about it. People are very good at lying. Especially when you consider, for example, me, I have no social skills. Because I'm a lone wolf. I've been doing stuff all along by myself, so I never really had, like, I don't have, like, the like, interhuman, like, social connection with others where I can see, like, take hints and realize what a person is doing, because I have neglected that part a lot in the past. And I think a lot of men, especially a lot of men, struggle with the fact that they cannot tell if a girl would be a good partner or not.
Because you don't want to be with them. Don't leave to be with someone else. Don't line up another boyfriend or girlfriend to move on. That is incredibly unhealthy. Obviously, it's unhealthy to be the mistress or the side piece guy, because you're going to end up really hurt, because it's just an unhealthy situation in general. That's nothing against this guy at all. That's just a little bit of advice in there. She is screaming red flags. What did I do? It's not about you, it's about me, how I feel. So do you not want to continue being friends? I'm sorry you feel that way. Why are you deleting messages? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not okay. I've felt this way for a long time. I'm stupid. It's stupid. I still want to be friends, but I understand.
No, you read that right. You read that right. I'm stupid. She is stupid.
And if you don't. We just needed to wait till we meet. That's all I asked. I told blah blah blah, and everyone in the call made fun of me leaving. I don't know what that's about fully. It's a little too scuffed and censored. Only time will tell, but I want closure. You are not the only one here. I had feelings as well. I'm not asking you to leave everything. I know. I'm telling you to figure out your issue. And I will. Once you figure it all out with Dark, then talk to me. I'm tired of lingering in limbo. Which, he's asking the bare minimum. Work out your shit first. Work out your shit first, then bring me into it. You never want to be brought into someone's couple's problems. I will be your friend until then, nothing more. I know who I am, what I want, where I'm going. Once you do the same, let me know. I'm happy we met, and that's why I want to stay friends. So I hope you have a great time on your trip, and stay safe until I wish you well. There we go. This is probably the best account I have, as these messages show Death Bloom's talking about leaving her partner for this victim. She also specifically talks about them being sexual with each other. Note the dates. The conversation happened literally 2 days before Bloom's left for her trip in Europe with her boyfriend and his family. 2 days before the vacation, she's talked to another man about breaking things up with Darcy to be with him instead. This is someone who, similar to me, was led on by Death Bloom.
Another one.
Like me, he expected them to end up dating. She displayed behaviors of claiming this person as hers and acted jealous about him showing interest in someone else. The victim specifically was not aware that Death Bloom has a partner. Okay, guys.
It's also like crazy. Imagine your partner cheats on you, and simultaneously she goes on a trip with you and your family. I would have crashed out that day. I would, like, the moment I realized that my girlfriend cheated. Back then I didn't crash out. I just said bye. I didn't do that much. But now I would certainly crash out. I would absolutely lose it.
Guys, I want to like outline here because a lot of people was going to point this out because I saw a lot of people pointing it out back and forwards. This is fucked up, obviously. Cheating is bad, manipulating people is wrong, etc. And it is close to emotional abuse, but technically in the law, it is not like abusive or sexual abuse, technically. I know it's annoying, but
That's not, this isn't a hot take, though for cheaters it probably is. I think cheaters should receive legal repercussions. I don't care. Cheaters should get legal repercussions. They absolutely should. I don't care. Especially when you cheat in a marriage. That should have legal repercussions. I don't know. A fine, maybe even like in the in marriage, maybe even like, you know, a little jail time might actually fix you, you know.
technically cheating is not abuse. I know it's annoying, but damn those pesky no-fault laws. So I will continue to separate these, and I 100%. What she's doing is wrong and immoral and bad in general. Like this is a bad thing to lead on multiple people and just manipulate them while obviously kind of having no one to actually leave your relationship. But I just wanted to make everyone aware before people scream in the comments about technically that I am aware of that, and I will stick to what parts are 100% abuse and what's manipulation. I would personally put manipulation as a form of abuse, but apparently some people don't. But yeah, so when I speak manipulation, for me, that's abuse. You can interpret it any other way you want. Personally, I think people take a little bit too much of a light hand with bad behavior like this. They're just like, oh, well, technically, it's not that evil. And I'm just like, well, technically, you're still an asshole. So, do what you will. Everyone has their different...
Technically, I do want to punch a hole in your face if you say that that's not evil. That is evil.
standards on this, but honestly, I think we should be harder on this. We should be harder on this crappy behavior on...
Way harder. Annihilate them from society. Do not let them access any spaces. Remove them. Alienate them from every like, remove them from every space. Do it like some, like the cows on some ranches. Put like a stamp on them where it says big fat cheater.
Honestly, it's like when people cheat or treat people like shit like this, we should call them out and say, you're an asshole, at the very least. Well, she used a claim as... That's
still too nice, though.
As her little cub tomorrow, I can even send she did that thing to my pup with a collar with her tag on it. She's really into that dog stuff. She has done it for at least a year. She did it with me, a few, and my friends, and even went as far as claiming us to an extent.
Wait, what?
Even went as far as claiming collar with her tag on it. She's really into that dog stuff. She has done it for at least a year. She did
Weird
it with
kink,
me, a
bro.
few, and my friends, and even went as far as claiming us to an extent. Claiming us, oh no. And I'm sorry if I get more fiery here. It is very humid and hot here in Oz, so I'm like dying because the aircon's off to record this. So if I get really riled up, I'm sorry, my brothers. I know I didn't post much on here because I wanted to send to you. It's more personal, and wanted to send to you. Sometimes I wonder if I'm reading it wrong, but that's scuffed. It's more personal and intimate and intimidate. I assume it's supposed to be intimidating or intimate. This comes from the depth of my core. I know we've had our differences and had a lot of things that didn't make sense. But one thing is clear and simple is that I don't want to lose what we have. The bond between a protecting cub and his succubus to protect him back and forth. I really like you. You make me feel a certain way that not many people have been able to achieve. This is why I get possesses over you. We haven't known each other for a long time, but ever since we did, it was an instant connection. So I have no words to really describe it. Next, I feel like she's really going in this like it's role play, and that's a terrible sign. But I wanted to apologize. I've been weird. I have been going through a lot of stuff. I wanted you around since I am alone as fucking be super insecure because people, friends, families, a lot of people have been hurting me my whole life. I'm scared and broken. But when you were around, I feel happy and safe. Not having you around, it's like
That's always a cheater argument. I'm broken. I'm a broken person. Wait until I break those bones!
fall into the void defenseless. The sucker is nothing without her, I'm gonna assume his nickname. I wish you a very happy birthday. I do hope things will get better between us because I miss all of it, every second with you. And I'm so proud of everything you've achieved until now and you will achieve as well. We shall grow bigger together. Let's fucking rule the internet, break it even. Cringe. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to take it serious, but cringe. Okay, there's obviously an ego in here. It's a bit manipulative, seeing she kind of talks the same way to every single guy here. Different nicknames, slightly different love talks. But she tries to make them feel special, unique, and just imperative to her recovery and care, which is a very standard manipulation technique, annoyingly enough. It's called love bombing, where you pretty much just make someone feel incredibly important to every part of your love, life, and affection.
I do also love bombing. The difference is that I do not stop. I do not stop. I will feed you with love until we're 80 or 90. Like, die together in the bed. I don't care.
And so they feel like that you can't leave them. She's trying to make it so they won't leave her. And that is my interpretation of the situation. A lot of people's gonna be like, no, you can't just assume things. That's just my interpretation, guys, okay? Doesn't make it fact. I'm just interpreting. And that is I'm just coming from this point of view side that she has many guys she has done this to. And so that's what I'm picking up on.
There's more!
But let's continue on to these poor fellas, honestly. Okay, yeah, people before you, but don't give me time of fucking day. Oh my god. English is a skill sometimes. A skill I don't have. Like, you have, but you straight up said you couldn't date someone young because people labeling you as a cradle snatcher. How young? The internet has made me incredibly suspicious. I mean, I've dated younger guys. You told me you wouldn't date me because I was young and stuff. Like, I'm turning 22 blooms. Okay, 22. Dodged. Yeah, sorry. Single Pringle, are we dating? Did we have a talk about you being romantic? Never mind. Yeah, I was gonna be romantic, but you told me distance. We wouldn't date. Go be the guardian of. It's all good, bud. I should have known you weren't serious when you said you had feelings for me. I was fucking serious, but you said distance. We couldn't, like, oh my lord, I'm guessing. I don't know the slang of today. Yeah, I swear. You got worried, I got mad. Yes, I am entitled to special time with my special man for his special day. Your streaming is how long? An hour long.
You have a lot of special men. With a lot of special days, I assume. Yeah, if this was a dick sunking contest, in the most literal sense of the word, she'd win. She'd just win.
Set up and about to have someone install a computer part. Oh, yeah? It used to be me. I've lost what's in there. See, I'm sorry, but like...
An hour doing last setups and about to have someone install a computer part. Oh, yeah? It used to... What? What does she mean?
Like, this has happened to a lot of VTubers I know, and a lot of viewers too, where they kind of get roped into these relationships where the person is like trying to control them and they try and use it to their gain in the VTubing community. And I'm not trying to be lighthearted about this at all. Like, sometimes I crack jokes just to, like, cut the cringe, because some of the ways the talk is cringe, but also just, like, lighten the mood on this a little bit. Hey, Boot Blooms, you're a friend, so I hope I get your support. I'm talking to someone else as I'm trying to date them. I care for you as a friend, but the possessiveness may need to be turned down a bit, and you need to understand my feelings and become towards someone else, and I want to get to know to see if it works. Which is fair, seeing she is unavailable. Sure, all good, we're good. Just wanted you to know you're important, pat Scub. I know, and I'm grateful because you're important to me as well. We have said we couldn't date because of distance. I want you in my life. You're my closest friend I have. There, you said it, closest friend. That's what I needed here. I will refrain from acting romantically on stream, fine, for content only. Stop mentioning stuff about content. I don't want to hear about content. Okay.
Bro is even at this point even uncomfortable with her being flirty on. Remember, this is probably a VTuber. These motherfuckers act all like this, and I feel like she can't turn it off when she is not on stream, and I find that weird. I find that very weird.
In real life, I will behave like I do with friends, and I will stop being mad. Blooms, we said we could never be more than close friends because of the distance. I don't know why, but it feels like messages are deleted here, or maybe I'm just not, like, the flow seems slightly off in some of these, but I guess they, like, keep having the same argument, because it seems she's trying to get at something out of this argument, aka them staying interested. And as they say in this document, to keep him on the hook. And I feel like that is the best way to describe this. This is hooking, where they're trying to, like, keep just enough out there that they stay.
So all three victims, it's pretty much just the same pattern. She tries to keep them interested. Yeah, she's just juggling multiple guys, and just at the end of the day sees who fits best, or maybe not even. It is very weird.
In their pocket. She says she won't date him, then gaslights him by saying it's obvious he isn't serious about her, and gets upset when he talks about wanting to see someone else. The date for this is 2022. The person was interviewed by a friend who wants to...
Oh, also, she does this thing where a few women do that, where when they have a best guy friend, and that best guy friend does eventually find somebody he's interested in, they are trying to sabotage it by luring the guy back. Yeah, she's doing that. She's exactly doing that. Interesting.
To stay anonymous. Okay, if you hear the aircon, I'm sorry, but I did my best, but I'm dying here. I'm sorry if I was, like, a little bit concentrated near the end there. It's so hot. So I turned on the aircon because my brain's about to fry. Sending, I never knew she even had a boyfriend, but I don't know whether they are jokes or not, but they seem pretty flirtatious. I want to say she tried to date me, but definitely something else. She tried to fuck you then. Well, she tried online stuff, but I was kind of dull until they just gave up. Yeah, so it seems like they just tried to,
So she just tried to ERP, and bro said nah. Pretty much.
Accost them, if that makes sense. The person talked to Death Balloons 23 as well. I will say here, guys, getting accosted by someone who's cheating, yet cheating is bad, that is not abuse, though. Okay. So this is, like, a nothing one. I would say some of these, like, in a lot of, like, points, as we all know, some documents, some things should not be included because they're not relevant, and they actually take away from a point. It's like building a court case.
In my opinion, one red flag is having Snapchat. Sure, yeah, and for me it's Instagram as a guy. That is a red flag, in my opinion. Having Instagram is literally like that is, because Instagram is really just a dating app. It's really nothing else anymore. So yeah, I never had Snapchat, not once. Never installed, not even a little bit, not once, and I never will. WhatsApp here is the best you will get from me. And maybe, like, the only other social media I use is Twitter. Maybe Discord.
You keep the important ones. Because, yeah, she cheated and stuff, but that's just, like, a moral thing. It's not really a cancellation thing, if that makes sense. But
Oh, it is certainly worth getting cancelled for. Absolutely. That's bullshit. I disagree here. Absolutely.
I guess they said This is more of a warning than a cancellation, so it is supposed to be portrayed more like a warning to other people, and I guess it does back up the fact that she hits on a lot of people. The victim has unsolicited nudes sent to them repeatedly, even after being told not to do so. And this is like the bigger one that I see, that why...
No, you should be cancelled. You should be driven out of the VTuber community. Just when dudes were doing this, all hell broke loose, but when it's again, that's why I say, women are treated with a different standard in this space. We also call this misandry.
Picked up this story because I feel like a lot of people don't talk about enough of how bad it is to send nudes unsolicited and how bad it is to share nudes or take nudes or like unsolicited or, you know, stuff like that. Like, or it's the same with unwanted touching, guys. It's in the same thing and it's bad. And so I really wanted to read this part and talk about it because I feel like a lot of guys don't realize that when women send you nudes too, that is also unwanted sexual action, you know what I mean, or abuse, however you want to word it. Because I hear too many guys going, well, I'd just be happy to get a vagina. No, it's bad. A lot of people just don't want it, guys. Just like some women don't want dick pics, a lot of men don't want just random vajayjays, okay? It's the same. Don't send a...
Or boobs. I've been receiving boob pics, and I don't want them. I will call you every name on slur under the sun. If somebody ever tries to do that. Just like I won't go in on anything that involves ERP. Or if you are flirting with me, I will tell you to stop, and if you don't stop, you will receive the block button. And I will drag your face across Twitter.
Unless you're oxed. Unless you're oxed. Desmond's excuse for her behavior is saying she didn't think a YouTuber would be bothered by receiving nudes. Hi, are you mad at me or something? I sent you pretty decent. Did I do something? I'm not mad, I'm just uncomfy. There've been a few times that you've just sent shit unsolicited when I said something to you about asking first. So again, I'm not mad, I'm just distant because I don't...
This is a result of a VTuber not being able to produce any other content but for porn addicts. This is why I don't like YouTubers. Because that's all they can that is what most of them can only do. And if they change that behavior, their own community will fuck them. That's the same why I recommend to VTubers not doing any ASMR. Because that community does the exact same thing, where they will beat your ass if you try to change. I don't like the YouTuber stuff, you will never change that. And this just supports my idea that these people are weird.
I feel super comfy around you. I didn't want to say anything more on it because I've said something before and I was hoping it would stop, but it didn't. You don't need to apologize or anything, just ask before you send stuff. Ideally, time will cure this uncomfortableness. Well, I'd still like to apologize because I didn't know about your discomfort and you should have voiced out instead of things bottling up. That feels a little blamey there, like they're blaming them for like, how dare you not tell me they shouldn't have sent you unsolicited news. You should have just not done it. It's like, most people don't appreciate it, just, and they don't like it, don't do it. Weird that Death Balloon did that. But just to be sure, when you say sending unsolicited, do you mean pictures, venting? I'd like to know so that I don't make the same mistake. And ignorance again, I think it's unfair to punish me for when I don't know what I did wrong. Blaming them for being upset at them. We're just going for all the basic signs of, like, being abusive, aren't we? I'm not gonna beg or anything, but if you really think about me as a friend, then it would be really appreciated of you to explain the situation properly and give your friendship another try. Us, I suppose, we're just gonna be fellow content creators that know each other. I mean, I'm not punishing you at all, just stating that my lack of confidence has made me less inclined to reach out. It isn't me trying to get revenge, justice, or whatever, it's just me prioritizing my comfort. And
very simple. She does not comprehend the fact that somebody who might be a YouTuber on stream, again, I absolutely hate that shit, completely honest, you can do what you want as a VTuber, I don't care. You can hate me, you can block me, I don't care. But this is another YouTuber who does not understand the concept of playing a role on stream, because she does not only play that role on stream, she does it all the time. She cannot grasp the concept that somebody who does that kind of content does not want that same content to be received, content in quotes, be received outside of stream or content creation.
And again, you don't have to be friends with anyone you don't want to do. Even if you're just like, I don't get along with them as much as I think I could with other people. That's enough. You don't have to be friends with anyone. You don't have to like everyone. Sometimes you're just like, you're cool, but like sometimes the jokes don't hit and I don't want to be around you. Sorry, homie. Like that's, it's as simple. It's not a punishment not hanging out with someone. That's just life. I did voice before not to send me lewd things out of the blue, and it did happen more times than the first. I voiced my discomfort about each time you didn't ask, you just kind of sent shit, which was what I voiced the discomfort about before. I'm pretty sure I voiced again at some point, but I could not. Either way, I did mention it before at least once. Each time I was hoping that you would just stop doing it and that I wouldn't have to confront you about it. I'm not really bottling anything up. I'm not mad. I'm just not holding a grudge. I just have a feeling of discomfort, which is a lot of people, when they find stuff discomfortable, they just avoid it. So they're like, I don't want to be friends with them anymore or be around them because they make me uncomfortable. That's not a punishment. That's just a decision people make when they don't like a person. Fair enough, but I didn't think sending you pics that I put on Twitter would be such a probe. And you do from time to time tell me to check you're not so safe for work stuff. But anyways, wasn't picking a lewd tube to be uncomfy for sexy pics, but I'll make sure that it doesn't happen again. Good luck with your stuffs. I don't have anything for other times. She deleted sending shit and the apologies for sending shit. Yeah. I don't know, it's like weird. If you had an OnlyFans, like, oh, when my stuff is public and you send it to a friend, does that make it okay? Well, you could have found it online. No, that's not how it works.
That's a wild argument to make. That is a wild argument. Pretty much just like blame shifting. That's all it really is. This is human garbage. I have found again human garbage.
This happening with a male person saying answers to a female person. I don't need to imagine that. I think both are equally wrong. I don't even have to, but I understand why he's iterating it like that. Because some people find it hard to imagine that some guy would be like, especially some other guys, not pointing fingers, that a man wouldn't want boobs, but a vagina? That's crazy talk. And I would have to say, like, there's a time and place for sexual things. And most of the time, random times aren't the time, you know? Most people don't want random people's bodily parts or fluids or whatever. And so I don't need to imagine it like that. But yes, guys, imagine if this was any other dynamic, you'd be like, that's gross, that's weird.
Any other dynamic is the dynamic man sends pics to woman. That's a dynamic where it's gross.
What a weirdo, at the very least. So let's keep that same energy. And apparently this is the entire time they've been dating.
There's the fifth!
Victim
So
five.
there's pretty much 6 people getting fucked over at the same time. That's crazy. That is crazy. She was farming men like some people farm stuff in MMORPGs. It's been insane.
This conversation in 2023, the victim in question had been with sexual through a voice chat. They also talked about doing sexual things at TwitchCon. He was aware that she wasn't single, but says she claimed to be in a rough relationship, a pattern that repeats from when she was leading me on. And I got a question that is kind of tied to a story, but he's like, hey, has there ever Purse photo with you? Yes. I figured it was in her nature not single, though. She did say she had a rough relationship. Could I bother you for a screenshot of that? I would say a lot of things like this, like he's aware that she wasn't single the entire time. Again, yeah, cheating's bad, but this is not really, like, connecting into the abuse. Like, I would prefer if this kind of stayed to the abuse, because being led on is not great, but it's not abusive. It's been misled. It's in the manipulated thing. So yeah, I will skip over that one because it just seems to be
Coward. I do think that this counts in, considering that she did it 5 times. Again, I do think that this is important. Because, like, why would you want a cheater to be in your space? Why would you want that? I think it's a bad excuse to say, hey, this isn't part of the abuse. Because, oh, this isn't part of, like, committing a crime. Yeah, because if it doesn't commit a crime, guess I can be a horrible fucking human being as long as I don't break any laws, right?
He knew she had a boyfriend and they mutually cheated on that boyfriend together. X quotes.
I would have not I would have not censored that though. I would have not censored the name though of that person, because that person is also likely a cheater.
So details, no details on the boyfriend, anything you stated hasn't had sex in a while and they've been kind of distant. Yeah, normal justifications for people like this where they try and justify their cheating, which is gross, but yeah. So this, I would say this document does have a few good points onto the fact of being like manipulations, lying, which I think is a good thing to point out, and it's good to make your fellow people aware, so I will underline this. This is not supposed to be a cancellation. I would say the unsolicited nudes and stuff is way more.
She should be cancelled. 100%. This is time where cancellation is 100% justified.
Serious. Slash seem to be using like VTubing as a dating service, and also just using these men to probably push their career a bit here. Let's be real, seeing they keep focusing back around on content creation, bit cringe. But I would say like some of the parts where like people are, so she had a boyfriend and I cheated with her, it's like, yeah, you were aware of cheating then. That's not manipulation, you just made a bad decision to be with someone because you knew they had a boyfriend and you still went out with them, or you did sexual things with them. Because realistically, we don't have any clue what her relationship is at all, so we can't like determine any of that. But as we know, a bad relationship isn't a reason to cheat. Ideally you should leave, but I think should be focused on more is the people like completely being lied to, misled, and sent unsolicited pictures and sexual content. Would you say in there? Is it just you've been misled, you've been coerced, or would you say it's in there? I'm not gonna 100% point like this is 100% is, because I feel like it's like a road, right? Like at some point you're there, you're at abuse, and before that you've been misled. Does that make sense? But I would say it is good at the very least to know this information so no one else falls for their lies, no matter what it is here. No matter where it lays on the manipulation to extreme abuse scale, it is a good thing that this information is out about this person so no one else falls.
It is a good thing that it's out, but at the same time, to me it's still, if you lie to somebody to get in their pants, that is still, to me, that is still a lie, like I said. Because imagine that. If she told the guy that the relationship, everything was fine with the relationship, and he would have then not cheated, how do you feel like, what do you think the guy that she cheated with, that was willing to cheat, feels now? Because she led him on to believe that, her relationship sucked. At the end of the day, it's still a lie.
Pray to it. You know, and I'm happy to have a discussion in the comments about it, because I'm always, like, willing to, like, have people's brains picked on this, so I can better understand. And it's like, you know what, I didn't even think about that. You guys are right. But let's go on to the next part. Holy crap, that was long. Okay, we're gonna go over to her VOD.
That was long? It took me 4 hours to get through the Evil Toaster document. That wasn't long. Oh, 30 minutes.
Highlight some of the things here and like talk about it a bit in here. This has gone on far longer than I thought. My bad here.
Yeah, but full disclosure,
All
if
right.
you see on the post, if you want to dig around and look at that or whatever, but if you see comments under Darcian, that's me. I just don't use social media.
Yeah,
alright?
he does
So-
not use Twitter. He does not use Twitter, and he was just trying to, like, you know, defend his partner.
Yeah, and I am not. Look, I don't exist online. All right, and yeah, I was just trying. I guess it was the wrong move because you shouldn't fuel the fire. But I was just mad about false accusations like that.
Yeah.
And
False accusations. Bro is supporting a cheater. We definitely know who has the pans in the relationship.
just, I just had to say my piece. That's it. But then I was called an alt account that Blooms made to respond to
Yeah,
those
so
things.
like, I
So-
created an account just to reply for myself, dude. If I, but yes, this whole matter is about like this person going ahead and saying that I am manipulative. I've used them for advantages and apparently send unsolicited, send unsolicited or like flirting
French.
and pictures and whatnot, flirting and pictures and whatnot.
Yeah, so just for full context, for those calling me a cuck, right? Because you don't have the context.
You are a fucking cuck.
And I mean, I didn't want to slap Blooms's and I private life in front of everyone, but since the allegations are so dire and it's no joke, I guess we just have to say it how it is, right? We
Yes.
just gotta. What is supposed to be private needs to be wide in the open now. So, yes, Blooms has had a boyfriend, me, for a long, long time. Our relationship had a lot of ups and downs, especially at the beginning of last year and the year before, where we couldn't, like, at some point it was difficult to make it work because we are two difficult people. We have our own, like, issues and all that. And to be honest, at some point,
I imagine she has a lot of issues.
just like in regular relationships, things go bad, right?
Yeah,
Like,
also
you
like
just not.
like it takes time to like be sure of like whether you want to end up with this person or not. There is a lot of times like people start dating and even after 10 years then realize that they are not made for each other and stuff like that, right? And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. So we've
Exactly.
had our rough patches where we had ups and downs, where we were like,
The bros on the side, the chat, it's blocked, but these motherfuckers are justifying it, by the way. Because they are simping.
maybe this is not working out. Maybe we should see other people and stuff like that.
Yeah. So Blooms did message a few other people when we had this rough patch. I messaged an
Honestly, at this point, I'm zoned out and have no idea, zero idea what they're talking about. It's pretty much just comes down to them justifying the cheating and he denying that he's a cuck. That's pretty much what it is at this point.
ex of mine, which I'm not proud of. Of course, thankfully this didn't go anywhere because why would you ever message an ex? That is the dumbest thing you could do. But anyway, right? Like, it happens, ups and downs. If you look at all the screenshots from the post, those date back from last year or the year before or whatever, right? When we had this pretty difficult rough patch of getting to live together and understand each other. And what the people who read this without
Yep. You're justifying her cheating because she cut off your balls. It's pretty much just this.
any context think is that I knew that she was messaging other people and I was all right with it. Which is, I didn't know, she didn't know I was, but at this point we were barely talking too because that's how bad it was at that point in the relationship. We didn't really have a time to talk it out. And then in the middle of last year, we had a long, long talk about what we wanted and all that, and we just made things good. And if you notice on the posts, nothing happened or nothing is posted, quote unquote, for this year or the other half of last year.
Yeah, so because we've talked, it's like the last like drama that they screenshotted was when before we went on the Europe trip.
Yeah.
And this is where we actually had a very serious talk, and we decided what was the next move of our relationship. So sometimes you break and you come back together and stuff like that. So instead of just like
This entire thing can just be summarized. This entire talk right now is just a cock and a hoe trying to justify her cheating. That's pretty much what it is. Whores will not be tolerated.
I am glad the issue of you being okay, but a lot of people felt manipulated sexually for favors like free art. The thing of the free art, I don't understand. Like, it was talked about, and a lot of the thing were like, I paid for it. For example, I had a situation last year with certain artists, and they gave me a free art by their own willing.
Just so you guys know, we're just talking about it all bit by bit, all right? We see your questions as well about
will
the
get
leading
through.
people and all that. We'll get to that, don't worry.
Yes.
I mean, she'll get to that. I don't really have much about it, but
All right.
All I'm saying, real quick, before that, is that literally, and let's be honest.
How long does it go on? This whole painful talk. Holy hell.
Honest here, guys. I could look at any DM at all from most people, look at flirtatious attempt with other people, screenshot specific things that I'm looking for, post it, and then do a claim. You don't have the full context. You don't have the relationship from the first message to the last. You don't know how the interaction began. It's all hearsay. So let's just keep an open mind here.
But that is contradicting. In the document, she told one person that she wasn't one dude she wasn't in a relationship, and another dude she told she told that they are in a relationship, but it's in a rough spot. They're both lying through their teeth. She's wearing the pants and he has no balls.
And understand that this could literally anyone could get a screenshot of messages that they're not too proud of, because we all had that.
And like this has been like I had like this hate group for quite a long time. Like they've been like going around asking people whether we had voila. They've been asking people whether they've interacted with me and how was it. First of all, I'm a YouTuber. So I post sexy stuff. As well as I am
You're a degenerate. You can tell that I do not like YouTubers. They have the worst communities on this fucking planet. Easily.
a succubus, so flirtatious by nature. It is a persona. I am, well, naturally, even IRL, very flirtatious as person. And if you were not okay, let's say you and I were talking, right? And you did not like me being flirtatious, you could have just said it at the very start. Look, I'm not okay.
You should not be flirtatious with a person in the first place. That's like sending somebody a dick pic and say, "Oh, I didn't know you were not." You should have said before that before that. Dumb fucking retard. Really, it's just like I talk with a person and then in the midst of like some text messages, I sent my dick to her. Oh, you should have said that you don't like that. How? How? Especially like if you come in flirtatious. And you also have to consider a lot of men are not used to that. So they will run with it because it makes them feel good. Do you ever consider anybody but yourself?
Okay with that, I'm taken or whatever. Like, it takes two to tango. It's not just one person to be blamed in this. It's a two people thing. And
Yeah, but just you sent unsolicited pics and you took nudes from somebody else to put them in your document. The fuck are you talking about?
things could have just been discussed and talked through because we're adults. Instead of like just ghosting, blocking, and then like after 2 years or many years or whatever, just going ahead and be like, hey, she's wrong and stuff like that, you know?
Yes, you are wrong. Your existence is wrong.
Also, real quick, I saw one message by Dark Sovereign about the fact that our relationship was undisclosed. But does that mean that every single person online, because look, let's be honest here, Blooms plays a succubus online. How interesting would it be if, like, I'm just saying, she's a YouTuber, it's less interesting if she has a boyfriend, right? And also, if you get famous online, do you really have to say your whole life how it is? Is that like, are you supposed to be public property and say everything that's going on in your life, who you're related to, who you're talking to, who you're friends with, what you're like? It's
That's not the point. That is not the point. The point is that you don't flirt with others. You don't send pictures to others when you are in a relationship. Like, oh, my persona is a YouTuber and a succubus. How interesting would it be when I would have a partner? Yeah. Because of those fucking weird VTuber rules that you have created, we have those situations. This wouldn't have happened if we didn't have those weird rules where VTubers can have a partner. Or like actively disclose that they have a partner. You created those rules. Now live with it.
It's not everyone's business. She's just doing entertainment, playing video games for people.
And they keep
People don't need to
saying
know all that.
like abuse. Like, how is it abuse if both people were interested into each other and there was a chemistry between them? How is that abuse?
Yeah.
Like,
Because even if somebody found another person, you were trying to hook them again. That's how. When you lead them on and try them to you know, have them swirl around you, even though they never had a chance in the first place.
I don't understand this part. How is that
Yeah.
abuse? I'm not
So,
saying like
yeah.
I did not break their heart by telling them I'm not interested, or like if I cut things like
In this entire document, they were cutting things off with you. You didn't cut off shit.
like a lot of them are like they either they ghosted me, or we stopped things, or we just stayed friends. Well,
They
supposedly
stopped
friends.
things.
So
And also, sure, okay. In a way, devil's advocate, right? You hurt a few people's feelings by flirting with them and that led to nothing. And you made them feel special for a while and all that. They were back and forths and all that. Okay. Also, like, I'm just saying that as someone who is human. And we've all had, like, those weird conversations flirting with other people, right? But
Who is we, my guy? Who is we? Who is we? There's no we.
like, personally, me, as someone who tries to spend as little time online as possible, why you don't want to start a witch hunt, but why are you starting a witch hunt? Like,
Yeah, that's the end of the video. Very simple. The last, like, both are fucking retards. And Bloom should not be part of the VTubing space. That's all I have to say. This got me worked up. I am sweating. This had me infuriated. I am literally sweating at this point. I think I'll go through one more video and then I'll probably end stream. But first of all, I gotta take another bathroom break. I need to leave off some steam. So yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Also, let me move over. I hate these people. I'll be right back, okay? I'm back. I'm back. What? What do you mean what? Yeah, I'll go get through one more video and then I'll turn off stream. Let's see. You know what? Another ref video at the end of the
Hey, what's
stream.
up, guys? Up here.
That's pretty much it. That's what I'm getting through. Wait, let me do this. Alright. Community notes violating people. Tourist VTuber edition. Let's see what this is about. Let's see what this is about.
Hey, what's up, guys? Up here. So today we're going to do another round of community notes violating people. This is a monthly segment on the channel that is very simple. On Twitter, there is a communal fact check system where qualified users can leave a note underneath.
We know that.
Adding additional context, and if that note gets enough upvotes from the community, it is publicly applied, often leading to some very funny results. Now, the beauty of these notes is that they can be very simple or very convoluted. Here's an example of a very simple note where this account is showing drone footage of a community ravaged by an alleged tornado, where the note says it was not an alleged tornado, it was a tornado. It's like the person making this tweet was afraid of getting sued.
What is bro? Okay, I guess for new people who do not know this, I guess you should explain the community notes. Kind of weird.
For defamation by this alleged tornado. But here's one that's a lot more convoluted and requires some additional context before we get into the note itself. So here we have this VTuber named Hara making this call out post. So it says, the amount of accepted lolly/shotacon in the VTuber spaces is a bit repulsive. I wish to not associate with those kinds of people nor have them in my community regardless of their size or popularity. I already get lumped into enough weird things by using the VTuber label.
I do it as well. I have that issue as well, where I get lumped in with you degenerates. But complaining about lollies in the VTubing community is like complaining about weapons in military. Bro, you are in a space where the face of the community is Gargura. The fuck are you on about? If you are already affiliated with that, you cannot escape it. What are you on about?
Please respect my community and leave. Thanks. So basically, the best thing to do is to ignore things you don't like. It's okay to have boundaries. It's okay to not.
Yeah, that's the point. For example, my view on lolicons and lolly stuff. It's fiction. I don't care. I find it a bit weird. I don't get like the appeal. I don't get it. But again, I will not harass anybody. There's stuff that I find weird, where I will definitely say, bro, that is mad disgusting. And that is when it leads into toddler and toddlercon. Because there's people out there who will definitely say, bro, this shit weird. You cannot tell me that that shit is not weird. Yeah.
Not like certain things and certain tropes and stuff like that, but the best thing is to ignore or block those things instead of making a call-out post that would essentially call some of the biggest VTubers in the world repulsive. And on top of that, there's a bit of narcissism here, basically saying, like, I don't want you to be associated with me as a VTuber, and you need to correct.
Too late. The first VTuber was Kizuna AI. By body type definition, a lolly. You ain't escaping that. Sorry to tell you that.
Your behavior and respect your community. But their intentions would become very clear. So someone would raise the point of, what about Gargura? Are you going to call out Gargura? She clearly is someone who supports this kind of stuff. Where she replies saying Gargura would hit any established member with a restraining order, referring to...
How can you join the tourists?
People who'd be okay with those themes. Now, of course, if that was true, she'd be issuing out a restraining order to half of Hololive, but she clearly knows nothing about Gargoyle. She hasn't seen the things she retweets, the people she collabs with, the things she says on stream, and even some of the merch she sells. But it's looking like she is very much a tourist, and she would admit that outright in this reply, saying she doesn't watch or enjoy VTubers, which is an insane thing to admit.
So let me get this straight. Enters community. Doesn't enjoy the content of said community. That to me sounds like you want to cash in on the success of VTubing. That's interesting. It's like saying, I am a Call of Duty content creator, but I don't watch Call of Duty content. It's not even the fact that she doesn't like lolly. I can understand that. Fine, okay, don't fucking care. But entering a space that you don't enjoy being in is weird behavior.
CIA couldn't torture this information out of me because basically you're admitting that you're using a VTuber model and the VTuber hashtag to basically boost your own career while at the same time trying to police
what
can exist in that community. It's a very strange thing to say, but after coping and arguing with a lot of people, they would say this. Basically, I'm not losing. I'm not getting owned. You're getting owned by saying this whole thing was obvious interaction bait. And then they try to plug their own store, which I'm sure that worked out really well. But that tweet that we just looked at would actually be used for the note. It was the citation for it because engagement baiting is against the terms of service, which is what this user...
Yeah, but as long as you don't admit it, Twitter doesn't do anything. There's horrendous engagement bait on Twitter. Where, for example, a lot of female VTubers try to use the non-existent attention to male VTubers to get those to respond to boost engagement, which I find absolutely horrendous and evil. I find that's disgusting practices.
User is claiming this post is, and then you can see that notes help prevent paid users from making money. And yes, if you get hit with a note, you can no longer make ad revenue, which she really wasn't making any ad revenue in the first place. But then she would kind of spurg out after that. She would go into the replies of my tweet making fun of her, saying this: the 30-year-old playing a toddler coward couldn't even at me, which is a very strange thing to say in the first place, but also I'm blocked. And she would admit that she's had me blocked for years. So essentially what she did was...
Oh my god, this is a fucking retard. This is insane. So let me get this straight, okay? Let me get this straight. Okay? Let me get this straight. Complaints about him not tagging her, but has him blocked before that, so she got the message somehow that he was talking about her, so she unblocked him just to comment that, so she can block him again. That's it, I'm no longer a VTuber, I'm just a virtual creator, that's it, bro. It's over.
She unblocked me, left that weird reply on my tweet, and then reblocked me while accusing me of being a coward for not directly interacting with her, which was impossible at any given moment due to the fact she has me blocked. Now, she would say one more thing here where she would make another round of slanderous claims against me, but she would say this thing about successful in life, because some people said that she might be jealous of things people like me and other people in the VTubing scene have achieved. And honestly, I want to help you guys be more successful in life. And one of the key things to start, working towards some successful goals and reaching some of your goals is to have a good...
Sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Welcome back, guys. So now
I'm very sorry.
A series of notes relating to gaming, beginning with this one saying, what grown adults play video games? And you can see the note. It says, as of 2024, there are approximately 1.17 billion people between the age of 18 to 34 who still play video games, with 1.3 billion more.
The tasteless is on point here, because now we're getting into the other stuff. I don't know how it is still a stigma that adults who play video games are weird. I don't know where that came from. I don't know why that exists. I find it just weird that it still exists.
Who are 35 plus. Yeah, that's actually a very interesting note. I did not know that those two age groups were so similar in terms of the number of people playing video games. That's actually a really cool thing in my opinion, because it's a good thing to have balance between the older gamers and the younger gamers. I think having a balance like that is pretty good in terms of what products should be catering to. It's a balanced audience for them to cater to. And again, this is just another example of someone who is angry that adults have hobbies. It's perfectly acceptable for an adult to have a hobby like playing video games. It's just like anything else in life, all in moderation.
Remember the list of the Twitter list, the infamous, were no sources, just like a graph of like the most unpopular, like unattractive hobbies that men could have, and being video games being on number 1. And like even like stuffing dead animals was more acceptable than playing video games. Yeah, I remember that.
Yes, if you're playing video games 18 hours a day as an adult, that is an issue. But most people casually playing video games for fun is a good thing. Here's another note from a very bizarre breakdown of a Concord-related tweet. So, an artist for Concord, after the game was shut down, released this video showing off some of their in-game art. And honestly, this was a pretty decent showcase. A lot of people actually thought it was pretty cool. And they said, well, maybe Concord should have focused more on stuff like this than all of the political virtue signaling throughout their entire game. But anyways, this user would say this, quoting the artist, saying, I see people criticizing an artist just for showing off their work on Concord that took them years to make. It's like blaming the captain of the SS Edmund Fitzgerald for rogue waves. Like, you do the best you can do with the circumstances you are given, no matter what the odds are. And the note says the user in question is one of the main people bashing the artist's work, because just
Wait. So the person saying that the artist should not be criticized for their art is criticizing the artist for their art. Are you schizophrenic by any chance?
one day before, they left a negative quote retweet of that original artist here, saying this is like if the seaman from the HMS Terror was showing off all their impressive knots, like, bro, the expedition to the Arctic effing failed, we are stuck in the ice. First of all, with these nautical references on both tweets. But yeah, this was the person who was starting the campaign of these tweets making fun of this artist, and then they try to turn around and virtue signal, basically saying, oh, it's so terrible that everyone's making fun of this artist. Caught in 4K. Here's another one. I actually featured this in a previous video, but I think it's definitely worth re-exploring for the purpose of this video, and that purpose being community notes. So we have this IGN article here where the headline is, Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 developer Saber Interactive won't say whether or not a controversial...
Never believe anything IGN says. Never believe what they say. These motherfuckers are lying through their teeth as well. Motherfuckers gave Sparking 0 a 7, just like Dustborn, Concord, and Star Wars Outlaw. This is heinous. Also, remember their pretty bad Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition review? I haven't forgotten that.
Controversial YouTube comment is from its CEO. Now, the note says this is clickbait, and if you go to the actual article itself, this is what they're considering the controversial comments. So basically what happened is the CEO of Saber goes into the comment section of an Asmongold video positively talking about Warhammer. And down here in the article, we see the actual quote they're considering controversial. This is the comment on the YouTube video where they say, that is what we wanted to recapture. I hope that games like Space Marine 2 and Wukong are the start of a reversion to a time when games were simply about fun and immersion.
What a controversial thing to say! You want video games to be fun! That is insane. Cancel them. Immediately. Cancel them. I don't care. I'm just joking, by the way.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, honestly. It's really in character for these games journalists to consider a focus on fun and immersion as something that is controversial given the current climate with the gaming industry. But let's move on to the next tweet. And it's funny we just mentioned Wukong because now we have this situation right here. So this is a video where a girl is having a breakdown. She's crying on camera, and all throughout that, her pet monkey is just running around the room, parkouring off the top of her head. Like literally every 2 seconds, he pounces and jumps off of her head. Honestly, of all the notes, this one was killing me. It was so funny. And the note is correct.
Bro, you should have shown that video instead, actually. Monkey is the community note. Imagine that. Just monkey. Monkey.
This statement saying, I think the cat is trying to cheer her up, where the note says simply, monkey. Absolutely fantastic. The beauty of community notes in action right there. But here's another.
So pretty much was it women posting Ls? Women posting Ws, posting Ls? What?
Simply.
Yeah, it is pretty much just women posting Ws, posting Ls.
Community notes in action right there. But here's another very bizarre one. So I don't know really what's going on, especially what this is supposed to be, but it says Nuggets and Max are saving life. Part 8. Hashtag doctor. Hashtag funny. Hashtag blah, 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 blah. Okay? So then the note says this. I think this is some like content mill on YouTube, but the note says this. This video is a misuse of the Red Cross logo and a specific violation of the terms of the Hague and Geneva Conventions. Now, when I first saw this, I thought, that's pretty funny. Funny note, maybe this is just they're trying to make a joke. Maybe it's not even a proper use of the note system, but this is real. If you search this up, a misuse of the Red Cross logo violates the Geneva Conventions and is technically a war crime.
Hey, yo! Seriously? That is wild! They committed a war crime! Ain't no way! That is insane, dude.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I would say, upon learning this information, don't do that. Don't be risking something like that for whatever
the
project they're doing right there. But anyways, you knew these types were coming. Every single community notes violating people video has a couple tweets like this. So this person says, Riley Gaines is a man because apparently she is toned, I guess. But the note says,
chat, is it gay to like buff women?
says Riley Gaines is a woman, an adult human female. This is a very bizarre thing people do. Like, yes, you can have preferences. Maybe you don't like you're not attracted to a woman who has more toned features, but like to claim she's not a woman as a result is a very bizarre and disrespectful thing to do, which relates to this next
Not
note.
this one, right? This one. This is the side to make you gay. Muscle mommy fetish is literally homosexuality. It's not gay for men to like women. Apparently it is.
No, I swear I've seen multiple versions of this exact kind of post.
However, I have to say, I've encountered a few men, particularly on Twitter, particularly more on the you know, on the more woke side, that make me feel like liking women is gay. Like, these men are the most gayest straight men that I've ever seen. It is insane.
Where this user says, this is a psyop to make you gay. Muscle mommy fetish is literally homosexuality. But the note says, it's not gay for men to like women. And it's a picture of Lean Beef Patty. If you haven't heard of her, she is a very unfortunate example that people use all the time for these weird claims. She is someone just minding her own business, posting these fitness-related photos on social media, and then these weirdos on places like Twitter try to use her for some weird claim, and it's just like, leave her alone. I don't understand that these people feel it's appropriate to make these wild claims about a complete stranger who is not in any way trying to support the narrative that they are trying to make. But here's another interesting series of interactions. This user says, sun and moon in the sky at the same time. Explain that on your spinning ball Earth and stay cool.
We even got the flat earthers in this one. Ain't the way. We even got the flat earthers. That is wild.
Where the note simply says, because it is there, referring to both the sun and the moon. And then this post would be a follow-up responding to the note saying, well, this post has brought the bots and trolls out in full force. Where the note says, people being more intelligent than you does not mean they are bots and trolls. Oof. Here's the next one from Logan Paul, who's been facing another round of controversies, but this tweet is possibly worse.
This is a man-child. This is literally a 30-year-old boy. It is insane. Just like Mr. Beast, just like KSI, all these three, thanks to the Lunchly situation, these are all just boys. 30-year-old boys, nothing more.
Saying, you can't ratio me. And then in the replies he says, still haven't been ratioed, nice try, where the note says he was ratioed multiple times but hid all. So I don't know why Logan Paul is doing this. I understand some like terminally online unemployed person trying to rage bait for pennies of ad revenue, but like Logan Paul doesn't need to do this. Like I don't.
You say that, but then we have KSI still talking about Dan TDM because he made one singular tweet and that man is still seething.
I really don't understand why he would be doing this on his account, and it's just resulting in people clowning on him for money, very little money that he clearly doesn't need at this stage of his career. But anyways, here's the next note. This person posts a video saying, free Red Bull hack. And in the video, basically, they drop a can of Red Bull into this big gulp cup, and then they go to the fountain station of the gas station, and they fill with a bunch of ice around the Red Bull can, and then they put Coke in it. So with the mixture of ice around it and also the brown Coke liquid, it basically makes the Red Bull disappear within the drink. And you basically go up and you pay just for the soda drink, but you don't pay for the Red Bull. And as the note, very correct.
Why would you go to that length just to get steal a Red Bull? Why would you do that?
Correctly points out, this is not a hack, this is theft. I would not recommend doing this. If you can't afford a Red Bull, maybe you just shouldn't drink one. It's probably good for you to not drink one anyways, but on top of that, why would you risk getting in trouble for a Red Bull? It's silly stuff, and people feel so free to promote this. But let's move on to the next one. So this account goes, whoa, undercover Ukraine spies at Walmart, or Walmart, as they say. We should have had a note for that. But the actual note apply says,
the Walmart.
This lady in the video is speaking Russian, not Ukrainian. She was caught shoplifting and is getting arrested. She is not a spy. I mean, maybe she was doing the little Red Bull hack 2 seconds ago, got caught.
Wall Street apes? That sounds like an NFT scam. Insane.
But yeah, the amount of conspiracy theories you see on Twitter is pretty crazy, but I'm glad to see notes are applied frequently to this kind of stuff. Like, this is just a bizarre thing to lie about, you know what I mean? It's just very weird. But I wanted to end this video on one final note here. So this is a perplexing one. We've seen a lot of wild interactions here in today's video, but this one is just a head scratcher, and I'll explain why. So it says, my new cat, Cole Palmer. And the note simply says, it's not his cat, with a link to someone who actually owns the cat.
Huh? Why? This is so weird. Okay. Posts picture of a cat that is not his. Gets community noted that it is not his cat. Why do you do that?
This person is just lying about having a cat. Why would you do that? Like, maybe there's a joke I'm not understanding here. Maybe I'm just too out of the loop. I'm not cool enough to understand the intricate joke going on here. But this is just a very weird thing to lie about on social media. But anyways, that's going to do it for another round of...
Yeah, that was very weird. That was very weird. These weren't as good as the last one. The last one was a true banger. The last community knows violating people, I have to say. But yeah, that's gonna actually be it for today. I'm gonna turn off stream now, and I'll be back tomorrow. And yeah, I had great fun today. Wait, let me actually change that. Let me change the... Yeah, that is much better. Let me turn on music, exactly. I had a lot of fun today, and yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with a little bit more reactions, and yeah, take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a nice day, or night, or wherever you are, right? Also, I might open the Discord server tomorrow, so yeah, let's see. Yeah. Take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.